Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to the 2022 Old Mutual Women's Summit. May I ask that we all move to the venue and take our seats.
Hallo, midure.
How's those? Am I challenging you to the languages today?
You want to see how many languages you can greet in?
All right. Only your Shwamba speaking people out here. Well, Shwamba speakers. What happened now, huh? What happened now, too? Tamonika too now, huh?
Ewa.
did you
Moshavi?
Okay, just one last one. Tudo bem? Dormiste bem? Falas português. Mesmo. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to the 2022 Old Mutual Women's Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Benita Imamba, Chairperson of the Regional Council, Her Worship Luisa Kativa, Mayor of Swakopmund, His Worship Trevino Forbes, Mayor of Walfish Bay, Patty Olivier, Old Mutual Corporate Segment MD and Board of Trustees Chairperson, Gail van Wyk, Old Mutual Corporate Governance Executive, Tony Muteka, Old Mutual Human Capital Executive, Ashanti Manetti, Acting Old Mutual Marketing and Communications Executive, Hermine Ilago, over there, Afra Shimming-Chase, Colette Rickert, Nicolette Mashile, our speakers. Members of the media, Old Mutual Women's Summit vendors, invited guests and online guests, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to the 2022 Old Mutual Women's Summit. My name is Mavis Elias, and I will be your host this morning alongside my fellow mutualite, Christopher Freigang.
Thank you so much, Mavis. As mentioned, my name is Christopher Freigang. I will be assisting Mavis in all the proceedings tonight. Future's female, I'm just standing back. She's taking it forward. Mavis, I must say, I must be one of the luckiest men in the world today. Not only am I surrounded by powerful and pioneering females, but they are females who are financially competent and financially aware. It's giving me nothing but rich auntie vibes here tonight.
We absolutely love it. Now, Chris, we must tell him, though, that flattery shall take him nowhere today, right? Ladies and gentlemen, it is an absolute honor for us to stand here in Swakopmund at the Strand Hotel for the 12th edition of the Old Mutual Women's Summit. And we have to acknowledge our guests online today.
100%.
Those that are tuning in from YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, as well as Instagram, welcome to the 12th edition of the Old Mutual Women's Summit.
So as Mavis mentioned, this is the 12th year of the Women's Summit. And it's the first time we're taking it outside Windhoek. So it's the first time we're having it in Swakopmund. But because we're a company that believes in agile innovativeness, we had to make sure that all of our viewers tune in online. So we've got Facebook Live. Some people call it Facebook's a DSTV. We've got YouTube. In some areas of Namibia, we call it YouTube. You know those ones? And then we're live on Twitter as well.
Yes.
So I really just want to implore and encourage everyone tuning in online to drop your comments and use the hashtag OMWS and secure the bag.
Secure your financial future. Now, today we're indeed celebrating the 12th year of the transformation of the Old Mutual Women's Summit, which continues to create opportunities for skill development, particularly for women within our communities. With that, I would like to introduce the MD of Corporate Segment of the Old Mutual Foundation, Namibia Board of Trustees Chairperson, Ms. Patricia Olivier. Now, get this. Did you grow up in Rehoboth?
My people are from Rehoboth, yeah.
Okay.
Or just Kadesh and Buster.
Okay. Well, Patricia was born in Rehoboth, Namibia. She completed her Bachelor of Science degree at the University of Cape Town in the year 1986. Now, I wasn't even thought of at that time. My parents, it was just a suggestion. But please welcome on stage with a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Patty Olivier.
Directors of Ceremonies, Mavis Elias and Christopher Freigang, Honorable Benita Imbamba, Chairperson of the Regional Council of the Erongo Region, Your Worship the Mayor of Swakopmund, Honorable Luisa Kativa, Your Worship the Mayor of Walfish Bay, Honorable Trevina Forbes, our speakers, Hermine Ilago, there she's sitting at the back. Afra, Shimming-Chase, also at the back. Colette, Rickert from Windhoek Gymnasium, very well-known personality, we all know her. And last but not least, Nicolette, Mashile, our guest speaker for the day. Members of the media, vendors, invited, online guests, ladies and gentlemen, a hearty good day to you all. It is my privilege and great pleasure to welcome you to this prestigious event on behalf of Old Mutual Namibia. We are delighted to have you here with us to participate and share in this special 12th edition of the Old Mutual's Women Summit. Thank you for coming, and cheers to those joining us live on our social media platforms, where you are watching from around the world. Today we are live from the captivating, timeless coastal town of Swakopmund. And as Christopher has said, the first time for Old Mutual Women's Summit. So it is indeed a milestone for Old Mutual. Old Mutual Namibia focuses on capacity building and empowerment through the Old Mutual Women's Summit, which has been a mainstay in Namibia's annual Women's Empowerment Agenda since 2011. This is an example of our continuous commitment towards actively raising women's empowerment and leadership. It is my firm conviction that women must be at the decision-making table at all levels. We must do our part to break the social prejudice and open the doors of opportunity. Therefore, we will continue our efforts to invest in future decision makers and engage their interest proactively through offering a useful networking and mentoring platform. We do these types of interventions to equip women to do the same in their spheres of influence, wherever they are. Let us help each other to build our story of success. Sheryl Sandberg says the following: success and likability are positively correlated for men, but negatively correlated for women. What do I mean when I say that? When a man is successful, he is liked by both men and women. When a woman is successful, people of both gender like her less. Interesting, isn't it, ladies? Therefore, let us change this narrative by cheering on successful women, because in doing so, we will ensure many more positive role models for our girls for generations to come. As a Namibian premium financial services provider, we are largely focused on the financial well-being of the communities we operate in, which is evident based on this year's theme of securing your financial future. Our panel of experts will unpack and speak more on financial wellness and literacy, which will cover aspects of financial counseling, emergency funds, insurance and benefits, debt consolidation, and investment strategies. Despite important gains in women's advancement and empowerment, our 12th edition of the summit offers an opportunity for transformation and evolution to create an inclusive women's summit tailored for women from all social classes. This is to ensure empowerment that can create a full circle in our communities. It remains our responsibility to capacitate and give pioneering women the inspiration and the tools to be what we know they can be by simply shifting the conversation from solely empowering the woman in attendance to taking it a step further in teaching practical lifestyle tips and changes for financial freedom. We at Old Mutual recognize that the journey to financial freedom, much like all journeys in life, presents its own set of challenges, opportunities, and lessons. Thus, the ethos of the Old Mutual Women's Summit is to provide a meaningful platform to initiate these pertinent conversations and through that, create long-lasting solutions for issues which affect us as leaders of our economies and our communities. Through this 12th edition of the Old Mutual Women's Summit Dialogue, we are certain that every individual present and that who are turned in right now will be encouraged and empowered to continue soaring forward, but moreover, to take advantage of this table and form new connections that will give you a flying start to securing your financial future and do great things every day. I thank you and God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 12th edition of the Old Mutual Women's Summit. Thank you so much, Patty, for those wonderful welcoming remarks, which ultimately just teach us that today's theme is securing your financial future.
100% Mavis, and I'm looking forward to this. You know when they say secure the bag, if today I don't walk out here a millionaire in 5 years, Old Mutual Salme word. But without any further delays, ladies and gentlemen, Mavis, tell us a bit about our first speaker.
All right, so I can definitely do that. So she is passionate, right? Authentic and engaging. She has shown herself to be a woman of drive and dedication, currently studying psychology in pursuit to specialize in narrative therapy. And she is the president of the Professional Speakers Association of Namibia. For 8 years, she has used the power of storytelling to overcome limiting beliefs in honest, raw, humorous ways, and has inspired many to do so.
100%. So, but before we welcome our first speaker, I just want to engage everyone online. Drop us a question, send us a selfie, use the hashtag, and we'll be definitely tackling those questions when we do the Q&A afterwards. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Hermine Ilago.
Thank you, Mavis. Thank you so much, Christopher. Christopher keeps saying, secure the bag. And I read online the other day, somebody said, you are the bag. And, and that's why I'm really excited to speak about how your wealth, your health, is your wealth. I think at the end of the day, if you are the bag, taking care of yourself and, you know, really freeing yourself is deeply important, and this is something that I only got to really understand and know in my 30s. So I am the third born child of Matthew Idua Katonyala and Sarah Ilago. My father's third name, Katonyala, means, and though he may bend, he will not break. And that's exactly the man that he was. I remember when I learned to drive, I think this was in 2012, my father taught me how to drive on his own car. And then the one day, I went out to drive myself. And I backed into a pole. And I promise you, that pole came out of nowhere. It wasn't me. I was not expecting it. And so I went to go tell my dad, and I was really shaken, and I was terrified to have to tell him that I had bumped his car and basically wrecked it a little bit. And when I went to go tell him, he says to me, great, now you can really drive. He literally congratulated me for making a mistake, because my father understood one thing, that we only get better from our mistakes and that we learn from our mistakes. And he told me that the best drivers he knows are the people who have wrecked a car like really early in their he taught me the importance of just being really, really messy. My father, though, passed from cardiac failure. He worked himself to death. He would wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning because he ran a chain of retail stores in Katutura, the Ilago stores. And he would go to sleep at about midnight, and he'd be awake again at 3 o'clock. And he was always stressed about money, about making things work, about his staff, about, you know, all of the things that mattered. And his doctor told him, if you don't start taking care of yourself, you are not going to make it. And for 8 years, his heart just deteriorated. And when he was on his deathbed, he said to me and my sister that I've got all of this. He passed away with about 16 million Namibian dollars in assets, and he's like, I can't take any of this with me. And that's when I started to understand that, you know, ultimately you are all you've got. You are the bag. And this is all you're going to take with you at the end of the day. And then that's my mom, Sara Ndahangwakelao Elago. And my surname means lucky, and her name means I've been found by luck. In the 90s, my mom won this award. It's called Mr. Lucky 7. So she went down to Swaziland. And up until that year, the award had only been won by men. So she came back from Swaziland with an award engraved on it, Mr. Lucky 7, because they weren't expecting, a woman had never won that award, and they weren't expecting a woman to win it in that year either. And my mom's really taught me to always be unexpected. Like, that's her driving the tractor herself. She was also the first black woman in Namibia to have been awarded the Businesswoman of the Year award in 1999. And she's always just taught me, like, thank you. She always just taught me, just be unexpected. And till today, she's got the award that says Mr. Lucky 7. And she's like, it's okay if they don't expect you, just go ahead and win it and bring it home anyway. So those are my siblings. Karen is my oldest sister. Then I've got a brother named Michael. That is me. And then my little sister, Laimi, she's still sitting on the potty in that picture. I don't know who took that picture and why they chose to do that, but that happened. But you can see that I was a very sensitive child growing up. And my love language, my parents came from a place of having to survive and having to break a lot of poverty. So and that it would be like this straight trajectory, I was actually able to start messily getting there. And it's okay to be messy, you know, in rescuing yourself and freeing yourself. And it's okay, and no two journeys look exactly the same. But if you stay with yourself long enough, you'll finally start getting to the places that you need to get to. So these are, you know, just a couple of things that I've learned along the way. And the first one is, when we speak us, we heal us. I did that there just to make sure we're all awake, but it's actually meant to say, when we speak us, we heal us. And I learned just to heal out loud, because I found that, you know, so many women struggle to find voice for their struggles, and especially around food addiction and emotional and binge eating. Back when I started speaking about it, binge eating was just not something that anyone really spoke about. Storytelling is a superpower, and the boogeyman cannot survive the light, and shame can't survive being spoken either. Embrace the suck. You know, the army has a saying, not the NDF, the US Army. And so they always say, embrace the suck. And basically what they say is, it sucks to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning. It sucks needing, you know, to do the right thing. But just embrace it, because a lot of things suck for a lot of people. And then build atomic habits. Just work on becoming 1% better every single day. And in a year, you'll be 365% better. Fail forward, because that's all any of us are really, really doing. And finally, aanhouer wen. there's a lot to be said for just hanging in there. And it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's, debt freedom, whether it is, reaching those health goals, no matter what it is, aanhouer really, really does win. Like just hold on long enough and don't quit on yourself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hermine. Ladies, we would just like to open up the floor for any questions. Everyone online, do engage with us. Drop us a comment if you have any questions for Hermine. Hermine, please take a seat.
Thank you.
Come on, guys. Aanhouer wen.
I think what made this time different was I felt like I had just completely scraped the bottom of rock bottom, and then I was like, and then there's a basement. So I went even further. But the difference this time was I completely let go of external validation and I focused on myself. I built really high shame resilience because I think a lot of the weight that I carried was not physical. It was emotional and it was psychological. And when I let go of that external validation and it really became about me, it changed everything. And it became about building character and really making the differences where it matters and not focusing on motivation. And I think that those little differences and tweaking it in that way has helped me to keep going because it's for me and it's for myself. And it's got nothing to do with proving anything to anyone. And I just don't outsource my motivation anymore. It comes from the inside. Yeah.
Anyone else? Can we get a mic on that side? Thank you, Nadia.
I actually don't have a question. I just have a comment. I've known Hermine for probably 10 years. And I've known the 100 kilogram and the now Hermine, and she's always remained authentic. And she's really never shifted from the person that she was. So thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
The lady in the white suit over there. Crisp white suit.
Hello, Miss Ilago. I would just like to ask, through your journey, did you have any support, and what kind of support did you have?
So I've got really supportive siblings, and they cheer for me a heck of a lot. But I do believe that no one in this world should believe in you more than you believe in yourself, or should be cheering for you more than you're cheering for yourself, because people also go through their own things. And if you're relying on them to have your back and to support you, it can sometimes, when they go through something, then you don't have that support anymore. But, and I also really solid, thank you, a really solid group of friends that is, okay, not gonna do that. That is very supportive. So I think first it's from the inside, and then my family members, and also tribe, hey? Because when you show up and you share your story authentically, your tribe will form around you.
Can you have a mic over there on the north side? Hermine, I must say, your story is super inspirational. And if I can take a few things away from that. Being someone that, the first time I stepped on board in Namibia, I was in my teens, I was in university already. And that's where you see life is all about perspective. Growing up, all I ever wanted to be was an unaccompanied minor. Can we get the question on that end?
It's hilarious.
Thank you so much, Hermine. Let's not bush around me. What makes you lose that weight? were you on a specific diet or were you exercising? We don't want to bush around. Please.
Okay. So without pushing around, the basics will always work. The important thing for me this time was that I don't take any shortcuts. I have done it all. I've done Slender Wonder, where you inject yourself and starve yourself. I used to take these tablets where they'd give you heart palpitations, and it felt like you were having a heart attack. But out of desperation, you just keep going. I'm like, if I die, I die. But, because you're just like, for that body. But this time around, I didn't want to take any shortcuts, and it really came down to the basics, which was movement. I was just like, whatever it takes to move my body on a daily basis. So I used to run a lot, but not anymore. I do a lot of walking, and I do strength training, just because of the benefits of strength training. And I changed the way that I ate. I did not cut out any food groups, because I just felt that whatever I do needs to be sustainable, and it needs to be lifelong. So I eat carbs. Carbs are not the enemy. The world needs me to eat carbs. Like, without them, no. So, so I just learned how to moderate my eating, to be balanced, and to move as much as possible. And the basics work. And most people don't want to hear that, because you always want to hear about, eye of newt, and if you do this and all of that kind of stuff, because then the responsibility is no longer on yourself. But it's the same with saving, for example. Compound interest, we've been told about that since we were 5, but we're always like, and then this trader comes along and they're like, I've got this thing, 2 days, 30,000, and you always want to go for that option, whereas we know that the basics will always and forever work. It's the exact same way with your body. The basics work, and it's just over a long period of time. Very long period of time.
Thank you so much. Nadia, we have one more question over on that end.
I'm going to write a book entitled Unaccompanied Minor.
Hi, Hermine. I actually just wanted to add on to her question, like, how did you do it now in winter?
Yes.
I personally even have an online coach that would wake me up and 5, Michelle, we're live. Oh, it's so cold. And then you're like, you get home at 5, like, okay, I need to get to the gym at 6. You watch, say, Western, like, nah, I'll do it tomorrow. So what kept you consistent? The motivation. We do it like a month, 2 weeks. So like, I lost 2. I'm good. How did you do it?
I hear you. So I don't rely on motivation. I think motivation sucks. I think motivation does have its place. It's really good for getting you started, but habits are what keep me going. So that's the first thing. Is just I developed really, really solid habits. I think the second thing is just, you know how when you fall off, like you'll stay off for like 3 solid months, and or it'll be like, I ate really bad now, so like screw it, let's throw away the rest of the day. So instead of that, I'll be like, it was just one meal. I've still got lunch and dinner, and like I can course correct at any given time. So I just learned to course correct immediately, like tomorrow, course correction, correct tomorrow, and sometimes it is 20 tomorrows where you are course correcting, and eventually like you just snap back into it. Don't let too much time pass. I think that is the biggest thing, because the more time passes, your body's going to go back to that place of deep comfort, and then it's going to be like, let's just stay here, Netflix and chill, and then there's no coming back after that. So I think course correct as soon as possible. It's one meal now, the very next meal, just let it be a little bit better. Yeah.
So,
Chris, Hermine has a group on Facebook called Brave Hearts.
yeah.
And I don't know if any of you guys follow Brave Hearts on Facebook, but this is where she shares her story, and it's just so phenomenal. And I think if anything, many of us are actually learning that, I don't know if you have that habit where you do this thing where if it's like, 11:57, you'll start at 12.
100%.
If it's Thursday and you fell off, you'll start on Monday. And I think that's really what she's talking about, just learning to pick up at the next opportune time. And
Exactly.
not
And if you say
so
you
much
start
time.
at 12 o'clock and you see, oh, damn, it's 3:12. Better make it 1 o'clock now. So Mavis be kako nanganda. Dankish nene. She's saying
why?
Strand Hotel, Swakopmund, Namibia. We have Shikongo saying, I'm excited to be part of Old Mutual Women's Summit this year. And we have Roxy just showing us love.
We absolutely love it. And I think if you're wondering how exactly we go about picking out who we want to interact with, please just tweet us on Facebook, Instagram, or whichever platform it is that you choose. Use the hashtag OMWS2022, and we'll definitely be interacting with you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I think we should go for some entertainment, don't you think?
100%. Ladies, we have some entertainment, people who originate from the coast, all of them. Would you do the welcoming, please, Mavis?
Absolutely. So our next, or rather our first entertainer for this evening is a lady who has such an angelic voice. Absolutely wonderful voice. And I think she should show you just how angelic that voice is. Her name is none other than Monique English, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, everyone. I go by the name of Monique English, and I will be entertaining you with a few songs today, so I hope you guys enjoy.
I can tell you that I don't love you, but my tears says otherwise. Even though this was gonna happen, at the moment I didn't realize that it was never gonna work, never gonna end up in what my heart desires. I saw the end before it ever started, so predictable, but now
Round of applause for Monique English, ladies and gentlemen.
But Monique, hold on. Please just stay with us on the stage. We've got a few questions to ask you. Please join us. I have a question, Monique. So you come from the coastal town of Swakopmund. So what is it about the singers from this town? What's the secret?
Usually, I think people would say it's the water.
You know what I heard? It's the low air pressure system. So you know, Mavis, I could have been the next Russia Hammer, but Windhoek's air pressure.
You see, so if you were from Windhoek, you could have been Beyonce. It's where you were born. You should have chosen Swakop. Thank you so much, Monique.
Thank you very much, guys.
Such a beautiful, beautiful voice.
So, ladies, let me give you an overview of our next speaker. So, Colette Rickert is a Namibian with a passion for eradicating inequalities in our country and improving socioeconomic conditions. She studied at the University of Stellenbosch, and she's a certified chartered accountant and auditor. She's been married to Dr. Johan Rickert for 30 years, and they have 3 children. 2 are also accountants, and 1 is a farmer. Talk about that, Oshimariwa.
Oh, you know what I heard, Chris? She has a passion for education, actually, and she believes that this is the way to equalize Namibian problems. And she started a very successful Windhoek Gymnasium private school and is now heading the development of more quality schools across Namibia. She received numerous awards for her work in education, including Bank Windhoek's Business Communicator of the Year in the year 2007, and then the Namibian Businesswoman of the Year in the corporate sector in 2009. But get this, Windhoek Gymnasium Private School has been awarded the best private school in Namibia since its inception in the year 2007, all the way to 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome with a warm round of applause, Colette Rickert.
Good morning, all the beautiful ladies attending this event and the few lucky men like Christopher, who's also in the audience. It's indeed a huge honor for me to be here this morning and to be able to share my story, and I hope that it will mean something to you guys sitting here. In the 50 years of my life, I have witnessed and realized how circumstances from birth influence your life and your character. In fact, the good, the bad, and the ugly all prepare you for where you can operate and impact the world optimally. Today, by sharing my story, I hope that you will see from this that I is and was just another ordinary girl who was exposed to many circumstances, negative and positive, and influences in my life. And my destination was determined not only by my journey, but also by my attitude and reactions to what I was exposed to in life. To tell you a bit about my childhood experience, I was born in Cape Town in a poor suburb in 1972, where I grew up as one of 4 daughters in a household where money was scarce. My dad was a mechanic, and those days mechanics were not as well paid as they are today. My mom was a housewife who took care of the 4 daughters and of the household. We were loved in our home, which provided me with a lot of emotional security. At that stage, being a child, I didn't recognize or appreciate what I had. In fact, as a child, I was extremely anxious, especially about finances and about performance. We obviously couldn't afford the luxuries that many of my friends had. And since my family battled to make the ends meet, my parents struggled to pay for things like sports tours and camps. I realized the only way for me to break free from this poverty was to work very hard with diligence and to triumph these circumstances. I was a provincial athlete in 400 and 800 meters, and a netball player, and I pushed myself extremely hard to remain in top form. I remember my grade 1 teacher who always told me how clever I am, how proud she is of me, and many teachers after her. And that had such a big influence because it really made me believe in myself, because someone else believed in me. Consequently, it made me believe that by studying industriously, I could improve my socioeconomic status in life. I was always quite shy and with a lack of self-confidence early in my life. While I persisted diligently to perform well, a group of my peers who today we know were jealous of the success bullied me a lot with expressions like, "I'm so glad I'm not that good an athlete because see how crooked the legs are." Or when you spend so much time with your nose in the books, see where it gets you, and with a hooked nose. And that exacerbated my sense of inferiority and made me very self-conscious, believing that I was not good enough, I was not beautiful enough. Two more teachers who played a significant role in my life will always remember is my accounting teacher, Mr. Markham. He was a very wise man, and he told us copious lessons about life. He really made us as teens think about life and think about the future. He always said, everyone is given their own plate in life, good things and bad things, and what you do with it is up to you and your attitude. He often told us the story of the twin brothers. They grew up in a house, very poor. Their dad was an alcoholic. And when they were 25 years old, and not enough attention from dad, and mom was absent. When they were 25 years old, the two brothers from the same household, the same gene pool, the one was in jail and addicted to a number of substances, and the other brother was a wonderful, successful businessman. And when I asked the successful businessman, what are the reasons? How could you pick yourself up from your circumstances and be where you are today? Then he said, my father was an alcoholic. We were raised in a poor home. Little positive input from my father. What choice did I have? When I asked the brother in jail, who was also addicted to the substances, what caused him to be in jail today, he said, my father was an alcoholic. We were raised in a poor home. Little positive input from my father. What choice did I have? Exactly the same circumstances, but their attitudes were different. Since I entered high school, my principal, Mr. Tron, often boosted my self-confidence by using me as an example when he said, 'n gesonde liggaam huisves 'n gesonde gees,' reminding us to live healthily and take care of our bodies in order for our brains to function optimally. Another famous saying of his was, 'n betrokke leerling is 'n gelukkige leerling.' The more activities we participate in, the more opportunities we have to meet other people, like this great event today, to make friends and to build networks that can only be good for us in the future. As I advanced in high school, I gradually gained confidence, awarding me many opportunities to display and use my strong leadership skills. By that time, the bullies were not bullies anymore because they started to respect me. My peers and teachers started trusting me to get things done properly. In my matric year, I was blessed to be a head girl and Dux learner of my school, and this opened the doors for me to secure bursaries for my tertiary studies, which was the only way I could attend university, as I knew my parents would not be able to afford my studies. So, what I'm saying up to now is it's all connected. Everything that happens in your life, the good and the bad, the circumstances, your imperfections, your journey, it's molding you, and embrace that. What I've learned the following lessons from in my school career. Firstly, that every child who is made to feel special and believes that they matter gains hope for the future. In turn, they will be able to excel, to dream big, and believe in themselves, and subsequently succeed optimally. And that is the reason why I only appoint teachers with a heart for children. People do not remember what you said or what you did, but they will always remember you for the way that you made them feel. Bullies mostly act the way they do because they want the bullied person to feel bad so that they can feel better. But the bully is the one with the problem. And never give another person the right to steal your joy with their actions or their words. At my school, Windhoek Gymnasium, we create awareness of bullying by engaging regularly in various activities with our buddy programs. And it is themed, and we have a story that the kids do. So we say, stop, don't be a bully, be a buddy. And the kids regularly do that, and they will say when they realize, but this person is sort of bullying me now, then they'll say, stop, don't be a bully, be a buddy. And of course, bullies are not only in schools. In my career and businesses, I've encountered many bullies. Sometimes I made them aware of how they made me feel. Some of them improved. Other times I simply chose to quit doing business or to interact with them. And that your attitude determines your altitude. And the final lesson is that good things come to those who really work hard for it. Persevere through tough times, because you know, tough times never last, but tough people do. At the University of Stellenbosch, I continued to work hard for my BA Accounting degree, which was and still is a challenging course. I knew I had to do well in order to retain my bursary. In my first year, I met my husband, Johan, who was doing his honors in clinical psychology at the time. We fell in love and decided to get married right after I obtained my BA Accounting degree and his master's degree, because he had to work back his scholarship or his bursary at the state hospital in Windhoek. So we married when I was 20 years old and he 24 years. We matured together. In my first year of articles, I completed my honors and my CTA qualifications. After having completed my articles, I became a busy lady. I ran my accounting and auditing practice. I was a lecturer at UNAM, had numerous businesses from a toy shop, a daycare shop, a bath shop, a home industry. I woke up 3 o'clock in the morning to bake the most delicious chocolate cakes. I renovated houses and gardens. In the process, Johan, in his psychology practice and in his farming, and I with my businesses amassed a good balance sheet, which assisted with the initial funding of a number of future endeavors. People often told me I had the Midas touch, meaning everything I touch turns to gold. And I only believe the reason for that is because I do everything with a passion. And when I believe in something, then I go for it in a passionate way. And I'm also very positive, and I've been born with the attitude to look for the silver lining. And I always see solutions where someone else sees an obstacle. So soon we started thinking about a family. And after we struggled to conceive for 2 years, we were finally elated with the help of fertility treatment to expect twins. Our excitement made us conjure up so many dreams for our children. Unfortunately, since twins were abnormal in my family, no one told me to slow down a bit when you're actually expecting twins. And I just went about life at my usual too fast pace. The twins, a boy and a girl, were born early, and they passed away soon after they were born. We were so devastated, and it felt like my life had ended. In fact, for the first time in my life, I actually felt like a failure. But the most amazing experiences came as a huge surprise, as for the first time in my life, I experienced such a wealth of compassion and love from other people. It made me realize that being perfect in other people's eyes is not necessarily what draws you to them to you. But when they see that you hurt like any other person and human being, they show their love and compassion towards you. That was the time that I learned that shared pain is half the pain. I struggled tremendously with the Lord and my faith at the time, but after a while I realized the valuable strengths and beliefs my suffering added to my life. And today I can say that I'm thankful for this very sad experience, because God turned this curse into a blessing by molding me for what was to come. He revealed to me how special every child is that has His breath in them. And that is what I want every child in my school and that crosses my path. That is what I want them to believe. And that is why I love children, and I will do everything I can to help them in any circumstances. A few months after the twins' passing, I fell pregnant again and gave birth to our Crown Prince Janu, who completed his agricultural studies at Stellenbosch and now farms on our agricultural project Roots in Stampriet. 3 years after Janu, the Lord blessed us with exactly what has been taken away from us: a beautiful twin boy and girl. Henk and Marnay, and they are now both third-year B accounting students at the University of Stellenbosch, and I'm privileged that Marnay and her friend Nicolette could join me for today. Oopsie. So that was our family when we were very younger. And that is our family now. So we had such amazing experiences with our children throughout their lives, and it is incredible how much we have learned and are still learning from them, and how we remain blessed by them. Rick Warren's book, A Purpose-Driven Life, starts with the words, "It is not about you." And that feels contradictory to saying everyone is special, everyone matters. But then he explains that we will find meaning in life by being sensitive to the needs of other people and the world around us. He maintains that we often waste time and energy all looking for our big purpose in life, remaining ignorant of the fact that we were placed at a specific time, in a specific place, in a particular circumstance. Subsequently, if we remain sensitive to the needs of the world around us and go where that leads us, then we'll find our purpose in life. No one's purpose is more important than another person's. And often we as women have different purposes in different phases of our lives. For example, when the kids are small, then you're the dedicated housewife and the mother to them. But then later on, you can live your career again. Your purpose might be owning a business where you employ a lot of people, being a mom and wife to a family, being a teacher, influencing numerous kids' lives, doing a job, earning a lot of money, enabling you to fund activities like Patty that makes a difference, starting schools that provide quality education to thousands of learners. A purpose-driven life convinced me that I will find more value, happiness, and gratification in life by looking away from myself and focusing on other people and the needs of our society. Indeed, your life will only have meaning if you use it as an opportunity to create meaning. Just want to see, because there's a slide missing. Yeah, so there's the slide about life is not about you and what we should be conscious of. And then the wise man who said, life doesn't have any meaning, but it's an opportunity to create meaning. Okay, then receiving the vision of impacting education in Namibia. In 2003, while a lot of negative things happened in education in Namibia, my husband and I started looking for a school for our children, as schools had a huge impact on our lives. We visited many schools in Windhoek, but didn't find one that offered the combination of good academic studies, great sport and culture exposure, character development within a multicultural environment that we wanted for our children. In Johan's psychology practice, he realized the need for children to be better equipped to handle all the terrible things that they are exposed to every day, terrible and good things. And that is what we wanted to see in a school. Then we went to South Africa and visited several top quality schools and realized what Namibian children missed out on. We thought of moving to SA, give our children the best educational opportunities there. However, on the first night back home, we couldn't sleep. We wanted to stay in Windhoek and raise our kids here. And that night is the night that the Lord convinced us that I should start working and build this school that we dream of for children in Windhoek. Since that day, I started working and investigating the best options for this new school, considering curriculum, language policy, character traits. And these times were tough, especially to secure financing for this dream. I'll go back to that slide. For this dream, because that was all I had to sell. I had no history, no proven success, no business plan that you could give to banks, only this dream and this vision. And what stunned me while I was struggling to establish the School of Excellence in Namibia was the negativity from many people, who I understand were loyal to their schools at the time and probably felt threatened by this new kid on the block. I often felt like Noah when he was building the ark. A lot of people asked him, but why are you doing this? You're crazy. It's very dry. It's not going to rain. But he did what the Lord told him to do, despite negativity and mockery from other people. And only once it started raining, everyone could see the reason for Noah's Ark. Then the opening of Windhoek Gymnasium. In 2007, the school opened its doors for the first time with 240 learners. We planned for a school for 600. The next year, we were 700. The next year, we were 1,100. The next year, 1,500. And so it continued to grow to host 2,200 learners that we are currently. The classes remain small, not more than 25 in a class, remain excellent teachers and good individual attention to every child. But the numbers gave the kids so much more opportunities, many school friends and more sport teams. My biggest satisfaction comes from witnessing how the children in our school transform into the most remarkable butterflies who go out to color the world. While seeing our children grow in Windhoek Gymnasium, I became more sensitive about the needs of the rest of Namibia. And we realized that we had to build more of that quality type of schools in the country. We have started with the first phase of Roots Gymnasium, which is a school in Stamperit that we are growing into a huge agricultural school there, and a wonderful experience, unique experience for learners. And we're now starting to build a large school in Ongwediva for 1,500 kids, and we are building one here at the coast for you. So one in Walvis Bay, bringing the quality of education through the Cambridge International curriculum, modern subjects like robotics and artificial intelligence, beautiful sports stadiums, and top quality facilities to learners in these areas as well. A friend introduced me to the author Simon Sinek, and I could relate so much with the content of his book, Start with Why. What makes you wake up every morning and excites you about the day? Why do you do what you do? Indeed, when obstacles came my way, I often sat back and thought to myself, why am I doing what I do? And my why is simply to give the ultimate holistic education to children, to prepare them to excel in life after school, so that they can go out and positively impact the world around them. And when I remember my why, it gives me so much strength and courage, and it empowers me to face and to overcome most obstacles and people in my way. In fact, I often share with my staff, share this why with my staff, because they are the precious tools that I need to achieve this in life. I was always a people pleaser who wanted to keep everyone happy, often at my own expense. Now you can imagine how difficult this is with 2,200 kids and 5,000 parents. I do everything that is humanly possible for every single child, because that is my why. But I've also learned to not allow other people to steal my joy and happiness. I've learned to address matters that make me unhappy by sharing how they make me feel with the people involved. I've learned that if other people don't learn from their actions, they are not worth spending my time and energy on. Do not allow other people to share your happiness. In fact, we must be happy and have peace in order to function optimally. Always focus on the full part of your glass, not the empty part. In other words, appreciate what you do have in life and not what you do not have. That's easy to say, but how do we achieve that? Only by being more grateful for what you have. Teach yourself and your children how to be more grateful by writing down or praying every day about the things that you have to be grateful for. A few things I often miss is just the fact to be alive, to breathe every day. So blessed with our children, family and friends, blessed if you have good health and a roof over your head. Each of us are blessed with certain talents, opportunities, and exposure to life. For example, this week I drove in my car and I passed people waiting for a taxi to pick them up, and I thought, Lord, what a blessing to have my own car and to be able to drive to my work with that. And like me, with the story of the first twins, the downs in life might turn out to be a huge blessing, impacting your world so that you can impact the world around you. So always look out for the little things to be grateful about, even finding a good parking in the middle of town. I'm always done. So a few tips that I've learned on how to maintain yourself in a busy life and challenging working environment. In the first place, be vigilant. Be sensitive to the needs of people and the society around you. All these will add up to where you find your why in life. Do not let other people tell you what can and what cannot be done. And I love this famous mantra of Nelson Mandela: something always seems impossible until it is done. So go for the challenge. Thirdly, if you learn from your mistakes and failures along the way, that only becomes part of your journey, and it should not determine your success at the end. Always focus on the water that you do have in your glass, not the empty part. Live life with a grateful heart. When you start counting your blessings, your life will change. Live life with a positive attitude, seeing the silver lining of the dark cloud. Always when I experience a negative situation, I try to step back and I ask myself, one, what good could I learn from this? Take, for example, COVID that we experienced. There's a lot of good things that actually came from it. In the second place, what can I do to avoid such an event or a situation in the future? Then take control of and care for yourself before your glass can pour over into the lives of other people. Live healthily, eat good food, exercise regularly. I exercise at least 3 times a week and I love to walk in nature. But apart from the fact that it helps me maintain my weight, the extra bonus is the dopamine, the hormone that is released in our brains that make us feel so good, and that I feel after a good walk or a good workout. Thirdly, make time for yourself. I spoil myself by sharing meals and drinks with my kids and family and friends, reading a good book, or watching a romantic movie. No matter your age or your size, every woman can be beautiful. Care of your looks. If you look and feel beautiful, you will gain self-confidence, and it will help you make a and passionately than men. A weakness, but for me, this should always be considered every woman's strong suit. Before finding your right place or your sweet spot, the keys to a car, an old car. And he told her to go into the city, offer it to a dealer in the city and see how much they offer. The girl came back to her father and she said, no, but they only offer me 100 euros. Because they said the car is very old and you'll have to spend a lot of money to repair it and to be able to drive the car. Then the father told the daughter to take it to a vintage car club and show them the car. She returned to her father and told him that she was offered 100,000 euros for that car because the people said it's a rare car. It's in a good condition, it has great capabilities, and it is super difficult to find. Then the father, anything, if you are not in the right place. If you are not appreciated, if you are not happy where you are, it means that you, then I'd like, thank you. Then I want to conclude with a final word of blessing. I pray you all that you will not stand along the sideline, but get involved in the game. Be the solution or part of it that you want to see. We often talk about manpower in the working place, and these days we realized how we must protect and uplift the human capital in our businesses. But us girls, we have woman power. And that can change our homes, our workplace, our country, and beyond. May you be inspired to do so, and may your inspiration continue to inspire others. I thank you.
Conversation. This is for you. Thank you. All right. That was really, really powerful. And I think many of us here can actually truly relate to how oftentimes we struggle to be able to find our purpose in life. And there's circumstances in which you actually struggle so much so that you feel how the story you shared that in 2003 the room. And okay, we have one at the back there.
Hi, I'm Joanne. I think something that stood out for me is when you started talking about you had difficulty getting pregnant, right? And I think it's something that we as women sometimes shy away from talking about, about our struggles in getting pregnant, because when you look at us, we are created by God to produce, right? And we sometimes fail, or we feel like we're failing when we can't. So I think when you spoke to it, I think it pulled on my heartstrings a bit, so I got a little bit emotional. But just how did you navigate through, I think, going through all the IVF rounds, because I think that in itself is such an emotional process. And then I know you're saying that it was a blessing, but I think as me standing here, I don't know how I would pick up the pieces, because as women, we're so conditioned to be strong. I always make the pose. I don't know if you watch Grey's Anatomy, right? So Dr. Shepherd, the female doctor, she would always stand like this before surgery, right? And before I have a meeting, I stand like that. But as women, I think we need to sometimes be kind to ourselves, to allow ourselves to break when we have, or when we feel we failed ourselves.
Yeah, I think, first of all, you say God called us to produce. And I don't think that what we must produce is necessarily only children. I think what we must produce is also sowing good seeds for the future and doing a job that can influence the lives of people and make that better for them, or speak and be able to motivate people so that their lives are improved, because that's ultimately what we want. But for me, it was always, I always had the urge and the desire to have children. And that was truly some of the toughest times. But things like standing up, waking up every morning early to go and have your first practice in athletics, and then during the day again, and suffering so much until you couldn't bear it anymore. That commitment really helped me during that, and to be able to just live through the tough times. And I loved what she said, where she said, you must just eat it, and you must just enjoy it and do it for the moment, because it's tough, yes, but later on it will produce good seeds. And then with regard to feeling guilty if you don't allow yourself to talk about failures, or where you felt you didn't produce as you should, I think that's a natural thing for a woman to do. But again, you have to stop being so tough on yourself, and you have to say, well, I can only do what I have on my plate today and deal with that, and not always say, I should have done this more, and I should have had more children, and so on. And I think just love yourself and love what you have and what you are able to do in life.
Thank you very much. We'll take one last question. I do believe there was a lady here behind the podium.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Christopher. Okay, my name is Lizette, and whenever I get the mic, I get so nervous. I don't know why, but yeah. Okay, so my name is Lizette. I do have a twin sister. She's right here. Hi, Miss Rickert. Okay, I have a twin sister. Her name is Lizelle. Collectively, we are known as the Twinfluencers. But yeah, can I share a short story? I promise I'll be brief. Yeah. So yes, we have been, after varsity, we registered as agents. So collectively, we registered a business. So we are realtors since 2013. So because of work, I had to relocate to Gobabis. So I am currently the general properties manager at Gobabis municipality, and she is properties manager at NPR Windhoek. So a lot of people don't know that about us, but yeah, yes. So long story short, when I had relocated to Gobabis in 2016, in 2018, I started a school, the first black privately owned school in Gobabis. So it was myself and my sister. We started the project with another partner that couldn't be here because of holiday school in Gobabis. But yeah, I started with 3 learners, as opposed to the 240 that you had mentioned. But yeah, that was in 2018. In 2019, we escalated quite fast to 70. In 2020, we had 200 learners, and now we're at 500 learners. God's grace. So the school is called Udeli Private School, and it is currently located all over town. But God has been so faithful. Now we did get allocated 5 hectares of land by Gobabis Municipality, and we need to start developing the school. So now we do have a hiccup. Not a hiccup financially, but yeah, we're busy sorting that out. But I want to ask today, how did you preserve the standard of your school over the years without compromising the quality? And then secondly, how do you distinguish, because whenever we put out a vacancy, trust me, we get over hundreds of applications. So the interviewing process, I'm not sure the correct HR term, but yeah, the process is so complicated that it becomes so difficult to tell that. How do you distinguish to say that, does this person really have the heart to teach, you know? So I just want to hear from you, since you have been in the industry since 2003. Yeah, so that is just about it. I hope it's clear, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I must say, because the bigger your school becomes, the less you are able to do everything yourself. And you need the people in your team to realize your dream, your vision, your why, and they have to buy into it. So for my teachers, their why must be being a teacher in a school who can really make a difference for a child and caring for every single child. So by keeping the number of kids in a class very small, all with one registered teacher who is like their mother or father at school, you are indeed able to maintain those standards. And of course, with continuous emotional support and also training all the way, that one has to keep up the standards and make sure that you've got the right staff members in the right places to make sure that what you dream of realizes actually every day.
Thank you very much, Colette, and that is the end of our session. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for Colette. So as it stands, self-discipline and strategy is key. Chris, you can join me.
Thank you so much, Mavis.
I think the ladies might have missed you a little bit. Did you guys miss Chris? I was telling him earlier that he looks like John Travolta.
Chris. So,
right.
Colette touched a bit on self-care. And we know that's one of our favorite activities to partake in, self-care.
Yes.
So I want to know, Mavis, have you ever heard of something called reverse budgeting?
Actually, I have not. Have you? Have you heard of reverse budgeting? Okay.
No one.
Tell us.
So that's so us as gentlemen, we're not the most financial literate. I won't even lie. So there's a small segment from the Kota handbook that we like to call reverse budgeting.
Okay.
So who knows here what a quota is?
Do you guys know what a quota is? Okay, I think Chris is going to have to explain this one to us. What is a quota?
Okay, fine. A quota is just the male version of a rich auntie. So they call him Tate Kapandi, or it's the man with money.
Okay.
But many of us aspire to be that person. Not many of us can be that person. So what we do in reverse budgeting in the quota handbook is that, let's say you, figuratively speaking, you earn $50,000 million.
Okay, but 50,000 is a lot of money, but okay, yes.
It's a lot, but us guys, we can really spend money. Then you calculate the payment of the Amarok or the Hilux Baki first.
Okay.
And then everything else comes after that. So if the kids have to go to government school, they must go to government school. As long as the Amarok Baki is in the
garage.
budget.
We like it. Okay. Ladies, do you reverse budget? First, your nails are done. Your Brazilian hair is paid for. Your Foshini account. And then whatever remains. So you guys reverse budget. Okay, no. Here we want to secure our financial futures.
Sorry.
So let's not reverse budget. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker does not need any introduction. However, she has recently been elected on the Namibia Football Association Normalization Committee, and I really hope that we put football first and bring back the beautiful game of football. She's also the founder and managing member of Chase and Associates, CC, a Namibian female-led long and short-term insurance brokerage, a multi-passionate business professional. Ladies and gentlemen, her name is Afra, but she has many roles, ne?
So Afra is a certified financial planner, a financial coach, passionate about financial education.
Okay.
She does management and leadership. She's a consultant, speaker, moderator, and host. Man, Afra, do not alles.
We don't
and
know
then
when she
on
sleeps.
top of
we
that,
have no idea when she
she's
sleeps.
the person behind Sizzles by Chase Flavors. It's a hot sauce brand. Die mense sê is ook beter as Tabasco. So this lady, if she came from the southern district of Korigas, die mense sal gesê dis 'n bok wat die gras eet nie. Ladies and gentlemen, Afra Shimming-Chase.
A warm round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. It is very challenging for me to stand here today. I've stood here a number of times before, not in this particular town, but on behalf of the same company. I have very often hosted the same event. But the last time I physically had to share myself was 2010, if I remember what someone in the room told me yesterday, that actually the last time I presented was 10 years ago. So I've not presented. Nee, ek gaan nie. Sorry, okay? This mic is off. It is not going to work. Please switch it off for me. Thank you very much. I will speak from the podium. Okay. So the first thing I would like to share is that my deepest and core belief. Slide says, I am my own superhero. I am my own superhero, but you can call me Wandisha. Yeah? You know those triminulate names like Wandisha, Akisha, Afrika. You can call me that. And why do I say I'm my own superhero is it was not by choice. The second daughter, is that the right slide? Yes. The second daughter of a warrior, my late mother, and a healer, my late father. I am not a born Namibian, nor am I a born St. Lucian. I was born on the ancestral soil of my German ancestors in the Federal Republic of Germany in 1973. I was born an exile child. I am the result of my mother's courage and my father's discipline. What my friend has said there, that quote that you see up there, represents very eloquently something my mother taught us from the day we could speak, which was that her purpose would be for her whole life. And she didn't think she would get it right in her whole life. She actually thought that her grandchildren would grow up in an independent Namibia. But I grew up in an independent Namibia because political independence was her job. Economic independence is ours. So my darling Seppo said, "Doen wat jy moet doen." And that is how I was raised. I was raised by those two, and that's one of the few pictures I have of them together, because I was 6 years old. Brought her back home with myself. You go with the other parents, so she went with my dad. And I grew up in Namibia initially, in a house where I was unsure, where I was unsafe, because my mother was a politician. And I never knew if she was coming home. I never knew myself and my little brother. So what in financial? I cannot stand here and tell you that I am a first generation intellectual, hardworking person. I cannot do that because I am a third generation. My teachers, he was an entrepreneur and married to that beautiful woman, my grandmother, whom I never met, but they say the poise comes from her. They also used to say that she was really the power in the house, the very quiet power. All here know where it was not possible if you looked like you or me to go to school. They sent understand that I understand my privilege. I am very clear about the shoulders that I stand on, and I will not apologize for my privilege. I will spend the rest of my days ensuring that every single inordinate amount of time repeating the poverty and the pain. And there is no level of how many times we can tell it that will make it any better or that will have it disappear. On the other side of the ocean, left leaving the household speaking perfect English, but none of us spoke any of the Namibian languages that she wanted us so much to speak. Again, that's how you pass the baton, I guess, right? And my mother taught me, and she said at a very young age, and I think it is something that is inculcated in all three of us, because all of us are financially okay. And in my profession, I will always say to you, I'll never say, I'm here to make you rich. But I can say, I'm here to make you comfortable with whatever amount of money that you've got, right? So when I first learned that lesson, and she said, my kind, dat maak nie saak hoeveel jy maak nie. Jy sit altyd bietjie weg. I took it literally. How many students do you know who go and study in France, scholarship, and return to Namibia with a shitload of savings? That was me. I came home with a lot of savings. I paid my way home for my first interview with Old Mutual, by the way. Yeah? And that was just because that was me making sure that I would be okay. And it didn't stop there. In fact, the reason I was making sure I would be okay is because I was studying overseas. Because my biggest fear is that someone would die and I wouldn't be able to come home. Yeah. Isn't that a useless reason to put money away? Because in the end, I did miss the funeral because I had exams. So I couldn't come home, right? But I share that with you to sketch the space from which I came. I was coming from a space of fear, and I was always trying to put the protection in place because I didn't feel safe. And I went to work in a huge corporate and had the most amazing ride, but I kept feeling unsafe, and I kept feeling I was not in place. And my ex-boss, the last man I worked for within a corporate, gave me a bonus check. And when he gave me that bonus check, he wrote me a letter, and in that letter it said, go out there and be Afra Shimming-Chase. And I don't think he knew what he was telling me then. But it was less than 2 years later, after the birth of my gorgeous son, and you can all meet him outside, he's now 18 years old. Oh, hi, babe. Now I'm going to be nervous. But it was for him that I left corporate. It was for him and for me. It was for him because I wanted to raise my child, because I had the luxury of economic independence. My mother had given me a free land, so I could focus on the things that truly mattered to me. And I went out there and I became Afra Shimming-Chase. And as much as when I was in corporate, what drove me or what was comfortable was, okay, there's money in the bank, everything is fine. When I went out and ran my own business, it was like, yo, waar gaan die dollars vandaan kom? And by the way, Afra the employee and Afra the CEO, oh Lord, you do not want to see those two people in the same place, because we do not agree. And so I was very challenged with this feeling of, I'm not going to make ends meet. And as you know by now, a sense of safety is what drives me. But an even stronger sense of freedom is what I require to be okay. And so as I watched everyone at the end of the month have their money drop, it became very, very clear to me that my money drops every day of the month, not just when the salary drops. So I started moving and I started improving in terms of where I was in my life. And I put all those notes under there, and now I'm not using them, so now I have 3 slides going over and over. It's okay. Here enters COVID, 2020. I'm a budding financial planner. Actually, maybe by then I'm no longer budding, because it's almost 15 years that I'm in the industry now. And when COVID hit, my first thought was, "Oei, Here, niemand gaan weer vir my geld gee nie, ek is klaar." And that's all I know how to do, right? Is help myself and others understand how to make your money work for you. And understand that at the core of your money story lies the essence of what you're dealing with. Mine was safety, and then it became freedom. So with COVID, I froze, like I do with most new things, including those things you just introduced me with, the soccer things. I first freeze, because I'm unsafe. It's my response. It's my safe response, so I freeze. And I said to myself, but what am I going to do? And in the back of my mind, I could hear my mother saying, put on your big girl panties and deal with it. And so the first inspiration market was held on the 29th of June, 2020, and I collaborated with Naz ASAP, and we sold chilies and rotis. And I had my father in the back of my mind saying to me, "Oh, you study law, but you're making food." And I just thought, okay. And the first one was a collaboration. And Chase Flavors, that I founded in 2015, became a true reality. And there you can see my little man, who during those years learned what it takes to put on your big boy panties or underpants and make something work. And he can now do in this business everything that I can, and most of it better than me. I'm not allowed to set the table. I'm never allowed to do setup, because I'm all about the flavor and he's all about the presentation. And we are on a journey, and as you look at that picture, I want you to remember this picture, because by the time I'm done, you ain't gonna see those big balls. You're gonna see sizzles by Chase Flavors. Is each slide going to go over and over? Sorry. But that wasn't the only thing that moved me. It wasn't just COVID. It wasn't just having to do what you have to do. It was also that I was nearing my 50s. Colette shared that she's 50. I'll be 50 next year. I've started saving for that party. I don't know what I'm doing yet, yeah? But when you get older, you get tired of your tired. So I was getting a little bit tired of this operating from a sense of fear. And as you can see, as I move through, I start getting my freedom, but there's always something, you know, and I think that's the value of the journey, because it's never done. I think essentially you remain who you are at your core. You just become more adept at dealing with whatever your challenges are. So I could get up faster, and I could choose new things. But every time it comes to something financial, I am initially afraid. It doesn't matter how much empirical evidence I have for the fact that I'm okay. And I was okay the day I was born, and I'm still okay now, despite everything. I didn't realize then that the circumstances of your life have nothing to do with your peace of mind. It is you who creates all of that. And I wasn't playing that game very well, right? I would go and buy a new car. Guys, I bought my first new car at Old Mutual in 1998. It cost me 83,000 Namibian dollars. When I left Old Mutual, I still had that car, I think. Yes, I still had that car. It was a Polo Player back then. Yes? After that, I kept buying only second-hand cars. My first brand new car, I bought 23 years later as a birthday gift with part of my inheritance. Because that's how much safety and control I require to create for myself. I will never find myself in a situation where I am in more debt than I can handle. Want die Here weet dit sal my doodmaak. Huh? But it was starting to have a very, very real impact in terms of who I am. It was starting to hold me back. And there's a friend, and it happens to be the same friend who spoke so eloquently initially. And last year sometime, she sits with me as I'm lamenting, oh my gosh, am I going to make it? When COVID came, I remember walking through my house and thinking, Here, wat as die bank hierdie huis kom vat? And ending up with, yeah, no, well then they'll just take the house, right? Okay? And getting over that. And I was lamenting to my friend again, worried about myself financially and everything else. And she says to me, Afra, how much empirical evidence do you require? How long must you go through the same thing over and over and not recognize that you are done with surviving, that you have been thriving, that you are an example of thriving, that you are an example of someone living an unapologetic life, making it look really, really easy, so that people in the room even say to you, oh, I can't wait to hear your story because I want to see if there's some softness under all of that. She knows who she is. And so I'd like to end by saying, I have found my essence and my freedom. I understand that the miraculous comes from a space of love and cannot come from a space of fear. And I am very clear that my purpose will continue to be to ensure that we tell the positive wealth stories to our people, so that one day our children and grandchildren can stand up and say, what I have is not privilege, it is the norm. It is my birthright, and I enjoy it every single day of my life. I thank you.
Ladies, Afra Shimming-Chase. Afra, I think it's safe to assume that you don't use reverse budgeting.
I do.
You do?
I do, and I'm going to tell you about it right now.
All right, 100%. Ladies, I just want to open the floor. If there are any questions, I will be managing our online panel and just seeing if they have any questions. So the floor is yours. Over in the north.
Yes, hello. Hello.
My name is Eunice. So my question is simple. The unapologetic part of you, you know, sometimes you make it in life, or probably you are successful in your own ways, and then you've got this guilt around your own family. And you know the black tax part, that you normally would want to give everybody something of yours. Just like to say that, kom ek help jou ook, like jy ook goed voel. Dis my grootste probleem. What do I do? Why do I feel this guilt all the time? When I have money, if I don't spend it, I have to give it away. That's my biggest problem. So I just want advice on that.
You know you're going to make me cry, because you know that the first thing you need to do is you need to tap into what underlies that guilt. Why do you feel guilty? You see, you saw I took you back into my story. I understand that I require a sense of safety. If I don't feel safe, I can't operate. And so I ended up creating my own safety, and sometimes to my own detriment. So what is the guilt? Where does the guilt come from? What has you feel that you need to take care of others? And do you recognize how much more powerful you would be in taking care of them if you take care of yourself first?
Maybe I should go back into, but the guilt comes just from a place of, just because I'm fine, others are not. That's all.
And if you are fine and others are not,
I feel I have to. It's like God blessed me to help others.
Yes, God blessed you to help others. The question I sometimes ask myself when that comes through, I think you're also talking somehow about how the extended, that black tax? Yeah. So there's two things I believe in black tax. The one is you can enable or you can empower. True. Right? I will help anyone to get an education. I'll give the last cent I have to make sure that you get your basics. But I'm not going to answer your phone call if you call me every month from the same ATM. Because I am robbing those who really could use what I have to give them by giving to those who are taking it for granted. But I still believe it's very important for you to unpack your money story and understand where your underlying guilt comes from, so that when you give freely.
I do give freely. Sometimes I feel, but I just feel guilty in the sense that, hoekom ek het? Ek het het.
No, gaan help en help hulle reg. That's what how we do.
Thanks.
I hope I answered your question or helped you with it. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so much. Can we move on to the next question? Over here on the south end.
Good day. I'm Nancy Shaffer. I was so touched by so many things, hey? And you know, when somebody says a question, you are sitting there because you are like, there are so many pretty ladies here. But I think we are here to empower each other and hear what is in our minds. From my side, there's one thing that stood out for me in terms of talking about financial security, because as I'm standing here, I'm very scared of debts though. Like, I don't know how people cope, how people do it, to a point that my mom taught me to always, if you can't afford it, either look at it, smile and touch it if it's in the shop, but just don't get yourself in debt, especially over clothing or anything luxurious and whatnot. If it's something good, maybe for business, whatever, where you're gonna have guaranteed returns, then maybe you could try it. So as I'm standing, I was just saying, I was looking at how when COVID came, you changed what you do to something else, where you even had your dad ask you, but ain't you this, We all have that at some times, because even for myself, I mean, I'm between two industries that I love, and I think sometimes we need to discover ourselves first before we can do something like you say, and it comes to a point where you can literally just discover yourself. What is it that I like? Do I like my job? Am I going there because of the salary, or is it because I'm happy as well? So for myself, I'm in the industry of tourism. I love it. I love traveling and the rest. And I'm also a makeup artist, which is under Prestige Beauty. Ada, I saw you here. Yes. Yes. So it's one of those where you took me back to a point where it actually, I had to really think, where I had to appreciate what we do as individuals, because you need to discover yourself. And another person in the same industry is also, you don't have to look at them as competition. If there's something good, pick it up, build from it. If you want to approach the person, give them a call, ask them, how do you do this? Because at the end of the day, we are all trying to secure our pockets, as well as also have a, not problem-free, but a stable lifestyle, which is what we are looking at. And it's just one of those where I really just now really just felt a bit emotional when you showed, how big those bottles are and the rest. Something out of your industry, something out of your comfort zone. But for me, I must also say, I have kept into the two industries, and I'm so proud that sometimes we undermine the makeup, we are like, it's just makeup. But really, I must say, I'm really also proud that February I also gave myself a late birthday gift just from makeup, not even any cent from my full-time job. And I was able to buy myself a little Porsche, I call it a Porsche because for me, that is my Porsche, So it's just proud because, it's something from just makeup. People feel it's just makeup, but we can make livings out of whatever we do. And I don't owe nobody a cent. And so that's just what I wanted to share as well. And thank you so much for all the stories. Everything has been beautiful, really.
Thank you so much. It's lovely to hear your story.
Thank you.
And I must make a correction. I mean, I moved into something new, but I didn't leave what I was busy with. I'm still a financial planner, and I still hate debt. There's a financial planner, Dave Ramsey. He says debt is dumb.
So ladies and gentlemen, if we don't have any more questions, or we have one here in the far south and another one there, so we'll take these 3 last questions before we head into lunch. Can we start over on this end? Oh, we're already on this end, okay?
I have to come close to that
Oi,
woman.
hello. Hello.
She needs to see me.
Yes, I need to see you.
Because, Afra, I just want to say thank you to you. Not just for today, but I was sitting there and recalling a moment I was trying to find the power within. I never forget. It feels like it was just yesterday. It was yourself, Mariana, and Karen Paul. And you were sitting with your champagnes because you were done with your vision board. And you were sitting there with champagne. And I was struggling with one word. It was power. I could not put that word power on my vision board because I didn't understand how powerful I am then. And the 3 of you were just put on the word power, deal with power, put in the word power. And that vision board actually manifested. I made that transition from being in the academia world. I went into the boardrooms. I do what I do in the boardrooms, and I love it. I own like somebody said,
your power, yes.
I own my power.
Wow.
And then the other thing that you did was also then the debt.
Sorry?
When it comes to debts, I remember that one was now it was at Marianne, I think it was at her place. We're having this course on I remember even the current minister of
that was honorable. Yes, the Path to Financial Freedom Workshop. Yes,
Financial Freedom Workshop. And I was like, wow, how will I do it? Debt-free, all because of you. You come to my house, you see on my fridge, there's all those stickers of I pay myself first. It's still there on my fridge. All those stickers, those magnets. Yeah. I remember there were so many, and every time people come to my house, they actually notice it on my fridge. And it was all because of you.
Thank you, darling.
And making it clear that no debts. When it comes to debts, you can do it little by little.
Yeah.
Little by little.
Yeah.
It was then. How did it happen? One thing I said, like she rightfully said, I don't do clothing. I don't buy what I can't. I don't do that. I don't have a single debt in any store that can come back and tell me that I owe them anything. Why? Because I believe what you say to us, that if you do that, you are actually taking from what you start complaining about your salary. I don't get paid enough, but because you spend what you don't have. Yeah. By the time old Mitchell pays you, you come and tell us, no, I don't have. I'm frustrated by work. I'm not paid well. But I just want to say thank you for empowering us today. Thank you for just sharing your life story with us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And to you, just one thing. Just remember one thing. Thank you, and I take it all. But take this. You did that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we move to the next question? Ladies and gentlemen, I know that we are running a bit late, but we can't put a time constraint on testimonies and knowledge being shared. So just hang tight, and we'll be having lunch soon.
My soup is still on the table if anybody wants it.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rosalia. I just want to say that it's so wonderful to be here. To listen to all these inspirational stories. I'm truly inspired. My question is, you mentioned that you left your corporate job. So I wanted to know, how did you do the planning? How did you prepare yourself physically, mentally, and all the alleys? Because I have a template of my resignation letter from the corporate world since I started working. I still have it. Like, yeah. So how did you do that? How did you get the courage?
Oh gosh. I didn't get the courage. I think I just did it afraid. You know, there's this thing about what calls you, and you go to what you're called. But I must be more honest about that also, you know, because I worked in an organization where they paid really, really well. I don't know how the rules are now, but back then, if you took a package, you could get your shares. So I was like, okay, I'm not going to resign. I'm going to take a package. So I took the package. But the story doesn't end there, because I actually I used to say I lived like a millionaire's wife, but I've grown. I now recognize that I lived like a millionaire. For 1 year, I've got nothing to show for it, except maybe some furniture. I really don't know what I did with that money. So I didn't have a plan. But what I did have was an education. And so I knew that I would be able to do something. I studied law. When I was at Old Mutual, initially I was a legal advisor. And that organization trains you. So as legal advisors, we all had to become certified financial planners. It wasn't a conversation, it was you become a cert. So I left the organization with the education that I needed for what I went into. The funny thing, though, is the plan was I would do this for 2 years. It's 16 years later. So I guess in short what I'm saying is, have a backup plan, have some money aside. If you have 6 months worth of income as Jets, you can go, write that letter, off you go, right? But have that and understand what your essence is. So I say have that because I needed a sense of safety, so I needed to have something available, or funds available.
Thank you so much for the question. Can we move on to the last question?
Good afternoon. My name is Afra. I am a graduate and also an entrepreneur. My question is more in the line of budgeting. Obviously, I don't have millions yet, but I would just like to know if you can share any tips on how to budget effectively for an entrepreneur, also considering generational wealth and all that. Thank you.
So I like the reverse budgeting. Not that handbook. So reverse budgeting from that handbook, it's the same thing. I believe you budget from your goals. Because when you budget from your goals, you are giving your money purpose. And it is only when your money has purpose that you will spend it wisely, right? If you know that your money must go into a certain kitty, you will not go and stand there in front of Kota Vatsahot and get what you need, right? If you know that you have a goal of building a business, you will put money towards that because you want to build a business. So I actually believe in starting from your goals, right? A second thing I believe in is tracking your expenditure. I'm very bad at budgeting, really, because I don't like thinking about money, quite honestly. I just want what's in my bank account is for me to use, right? So everything else is taken care of by the time I start spending. What I'm spending in my account is mine because I've put money towards the car, you can ask COD, I almost said here, City of Windhoek. My accounts are paid in advance because I don't want to find a moment where, oops, sorry, commission didn't come in this month and I can't pay. I know my demons, I cannot handle that. So you have to put the things in place that allow you to focus on what it is that you want to achieve. Because otherwise you're spending your time and your mind on what's not working. You're not able to build this business because it's like, oh, where's the money? So whatever it is that you can put in place, do that. When I say tracking the expenditure, I do that. When I see I'm getting out of line, I will take a little notebook and I will write down everything I spend. And it helps you to create an awareness for what you are doing with your money, and it enables you to start making better decisions. You first track your expenditure, and then what I've noticed people who've attended my courses have done is afterwards they start tracking their income. And they start feeling such a sense of achievement by tracking what is actually coming in. So I think it's very important to create things around you that support what it is that you want to achieve. Because being an entrepreneur is hard, it's grit, you will hit rock bottom. It's the only place to go because from there you go back up. So do as much as you can to create your support structures. And it doesn't matter how much you have, it's how much you get to keep that counts.
Wow, so inspiration. Ladies and gentlemen, die bok wat die gras eet. Afra Shimming-Chase.
Die
Afra,
bok
thank
wat
you
die
so
gras
much.
eet.
Thank you so much, Afra.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the place where we are gonna eat. I just wanna send a message to our online viewers that we're still here and you are keeping us engaged.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is actually a course that's offered by Old Mutual called On the Money Training, and it's got 5 characters where you can actually sort of find out what type of person are you. Now, there's a character in the book that's the ostrich, and the ostrich, there's a story that when it's fearful, it just puts its head under the sand. And many of you guys here in this room, no judgment, this is a safe space. Do that thing where you go to the ATM and you withdraw, you don't want to see your account balance. Matter of fact, you even have the online app, and if I ask you how much money is there, you're like, I mean, who's really counting? And that's what we're trying to actually move away from and get to a place where we are financially secure and actually looking at our finances and not being the ostrich that puts their head under the sand when things get a bit heated and hectic. So when Afra talks about financial awareness and being able to see how you spend your money, that's what this event is about today.
So insightful, Mavis. Thank you so much. Ladies, we will now be moving towards our lunch. If we can have the middle tables move out first, and then we'll do the tables on the side. People online, drive-through too. Get something to eat, and then we will in about 40 minutes or so. Thank you so much.
We do have some entertainment for you. G3 bring us on stage to just serenade you as you have your food. We'll be right back.
So this next song we're about to do is one of our personal favorites. It's a song in Oshiwambo. The song says, if I only knew then what I know now, how different life would be.
Ando andalinde shishindi shinga shinge Ando shakala shingine Ando andakalele nawe efingo Iyenga shinge okwatoka Shisha diwapo Oh my villa villo Ahe Shisha diwapo Oh my villa villo Ahe Ando I'm going on a journey. The narrow road is my direction. As whispers fade, tell them I'm passing through. I'm going on a journey. This life I knew is far away. Now let them say what they want to. I'm going on a journey away to my new tomorrow. As whispers fade, tell them I'm passing through. Refine my heart, refine my soul, and let them know that I listen to the whispers within. Refine my heart, refine my soul, and let them know that I listen to the whispers within. The whispers within. I'm running through this wilderness. It's nothing as it seems to be. I want more to believe in. I'm staring at a crossroad, and I don't know where to go. I want more to believe in. Refine my heart, refine my soul, and let them know that I listen to the whispers within. Refine my heart, refine my soul, let them know that I listen to the whispers within. Drowning in this river, there's nothing I can hold on to. Deliver me, God set me free. I'm drowning in
Couldn't hear myself.
Why in life so pretty, like daisies in a field? And why, if nature's singing, are people staring cold?
Hear the spirit crying, yearning to be free. This other side of otherness, it leaves a hole in me.
Yeah, yeah. Did you ever know life is missing you? Did you ever know you are the one pursued? Did you ever know the sun shines through you? Yeah, yeah. Did you ever know life is missing you? Did you ever know you are the one pursued? Did you ever know sun shines for you? Waves like oceans crashing, rushing through the face.
Eyes like windows open, spirit in the breeze.
I am therefore not my own, my own. 'Cause life is missing you. Did you ever know life is missing you? Did you ever know you are the one pursued? Did you ever know the sun shines for you? Yeah, yeah. Did you ever know life is missing you? Did you ever know you are the one pursued? Did you ever know the sun shines for you? Did you ever know you are the one pursuit? Did you ever know the sun shines for you? The sun shines for you. Did you ever know life is missing you? Did you ever know you are the one pursuit? Did you ever know the sun shines for you? Did you ever know? Did you ever know you are the one pursuit? Did you ever know the sun shines for you? Did you ever know life is missing you? Did you ever know you are the one I pursue? Did you ever know the sun shines for you? For you. For you. For you.
This next one is a fairly new song. I hope you guys like Afrikaans music. This next one is an Afrikaans one.
Jy moet weet, my hart sal nergens heen wil gaan. Ja, dis waar, die gevoel in my bly staan. Van net behoort aan jou, en jy behoort aan my. En al wat ek wil doen, is om jou lief te hê.
Van
die storms wat kom en gaan, sal ons bly staan. Want daar's niks wat ons gaan breek.
Niks hoef ons te vrees.
Al wat ek wil doen is om jou liefde. Wat ons waar ek gaan, is dit vir jou wat ek verlang.
Met alles wat ek doe, is jy die een aan wie ek dink.
Hou vas en vat my hand, ons gaan saam 'n nuwe lewe begin.
Oh, en alles wat ek voel,
Maak ons liefde 'n werklikheid vir my. Soos 'n berg vasgeanker, sal ons bly staan. En deur die storms wat kom en gaan, sal ons staan. Want daar's niks wat ons gaan breek.
niks hoef ons te vrees.
Al wat ek wil doen is om jou lief te hê. Al wat ek wil doen
Is om jou lief te
Afrikaans. Heeltemal Afrikaans.
We want to thank all people so much for allowing us to be part of such an amazing event, and also to be doing originals. You know, everything we do here is all G3 originals, and some of them are new, some of them are not so new. But we're going to give you some more Afrikaans, some more original Afrikaans songs.
Kom het tijd in jou lewe. As jy sit en dink aan alles wat voorbij gaan en hoe dit was. Jy wens jy kon dit terugvat, maar dis te laat. En soos ek hier lê, dink ek aan jou. Ek lê en dink, wat sou ek verander en anders doen. Ek wens ek kon jou terugvat, maar dis te laat. My liefde is hier vir jou, dis in my hart. Kom hou my vas aan jou, jy is die lig in my lewe. Jy's in beheer. Ek sê dit weer, ek sê dit weer. Ek sê dit weer. Ek sê dit weer. Daar kom 'n tyd in jou lewe wanneer ek en jy moet wil opgee en alle hoop verloor het. Maar my hart is lief vir jou. Ons sal maar sounds like yeah, my liefde is in my hart. Kom hou my vas aan jou, jy is die lig in my lewe. Jy's in beheer. Ek sê dit weer, ek sê dit weer. Ek keer op keer. In my hart, kom hou my vas aan jou. Jy is die lig in my lewe. My liefde is hier vir jou. Dis in my hart. Kom hou my vas aan jou. Jy is die lig in my lewe. Jy's in my seer. Ek sê, ek kom tyd aan jou lewe. Wanneer ek en jy moet wil opgee en alle hoop verloor het. Maar my hart is lief vir jou. Ons sal stryd maar ons sal die stryd deur. My liefde is hier vir jou. Dis in my hart. Kom hou my vas aan jou. Is die lig in my lewe. Is hier vir jou, dis in my hart. Kom hou my vas aan jou, is die lig in my lewe. Ek sê dit weer. Hier vir jou, dis in my hart. Kom hou my vas aan jou, jy is die lig in my lewe. My liefde is hier vir jou, dis in my hart. Kom hou my vas aan jou, jy is die lig in my lewe. Jy's in beheer, ek sê dit weer. jy moed wil opgee en alle hoop verloor hê. Maar my hart is lief vir jou. Ons sal die stryd maak. Ons sal die stryd maak.
Baie dankie julle. Ons is baie lief vir Afrikaanse musiek, soos julle kan sien en hoor. So die volgende enetjie is baie lief. Ek dink dit is 3-4 maande maximum. En dis net as jy 'n lekker tydjie wil hê. Enjoy.
Ek ken 'n girl, sy is vol rose en blomme waar sy gaan. Maar ek is nie een wat baie praat. Ek sê bokkie met jou rokkie, kom ons sokkie vanaand. Jy is my rooi rok, bokkie, kom ons sokkie hier vanaand. Jy kan my omdraai, rond swaai, bokkie hier vanaand. Jy is my rooi rok, bokkie, kom ons sokkie hier vanaand. En as die son opkom, bokkie, doen ons. Ek sien 'n girl stap verby, maar ek kan sê ek is jy. Hy rond swaai, bokkie hier vanaand. Jy is my rooi rok, bokkie, kom ons sokkie hier vanaand. En as die son opkom, bokkie, doen ons dit weer. Janine, nou het jy jou bokkie gevind daar?
So iets.
Nou, ek hoop jy sê dit vir hom. Soen my wang en doen dit weer.
Okay.
Did you write?
Okay, so now you take the new bowl and you take out 3 business cards. Person. So just make sure that you don't have the same person twice. So for example, you can't have Orlando twice. Okay? Do you have your business cards? Okay, Colette, let me ask you who you picked out. All right, so who do you have?
I have Fatal Niamwepu.
Adsai. Could you guys put me up on the volume on my mic, please? Thank you.
Fatal Niamwepu, who wants to be a public speaker.
All right, so we have a Fadsai who is a public speaker. Okay? Who did you get over here?
Yeah.
I got Nolene Nels, an HR payroll company.
Okay, so when you decide to take after your mom and you decide to become a business person, you can call her for your HR services.
100%. And Davis, I've actually got some exciting news over here with Nicolette, our guest speaker. So Nicolette said that whoever pulls her card will win 1,000 naira.
What does that translate to? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I trust that you have your cards now. We're going to move on. This part of the program, I just asked you to settle back down. Can we settle? Oh, perfect. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to.
So next up, we have one last performer for you guys. Just a quick song. And we'd like to welcome Monique English to give you one last performance before we welcome Nicolette Mashile to the stage as our guest speaker. So I want to feel this hand. I want to feel these rounds of applause because we've eaten now. The mag is vol, so now we have energy.
Let's just settle down a little bit. Let's just settle down. Okay, just settle down. Alrighty. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for Monique English.
And smile, and then you show them you can beat it, darling, smile. Don't you know you're here for a reason? Don't you know you're here for a reason? Darling, smile. Let your heart raise up to the sky. Let your feet not touch the ground. Darling, smile. 'Cause the shooting stars are there for wishes. Your dreams will come true. When the sun is up, a new day begins. A new day for you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much for a lekker performance, Monique. So ladies and gentlemen, before we welcome our guest speaker, we'll be giving you an overview of the guest speaker. Nicolette Mashile is the founder of the Financial Fitness Bunnies, a consumer financial education content agency. And what else does Nicolette do?
All right, so Nicolette is here with us today, and we're so excited. She holds a national diploma in sports management, a national certificate in debt counseling, a BA in human and social studies majoring in advertising, an honors degree in integrated organizational communications, a postgraduate diploma in business admin, and is currently completing her MBA thesis. I mean, it's an Afra Shimming story, right? Ladies and gentlemen, help me in welcoming our keynote speaker today. All the way from South Africa.
South Africa.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Nicolette Mashile.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. What Namibian greeting is this now? Good afternoon. I like it, I like it, I like it. Thank you so much, Mavis and Christopher. I can't see you anymore. Mavis and Christopher. Oh, there you are. Thank you so much. Thank you to Old Mutual Foundation. Thank you to Old Mutual Namibia. Thank you to the marketing team that has really done such an excellent job in making sure they get me here. I must tell you, I'm very nervous. No, I'm pretty nervous. No, it's not even a joke. So I'm going to stand here behind the podium and hide myself, right? But before I do that, I need to ask you guys a question. When you plant a tree, what do you expect to happen? Great, all right, start again. My name is Nicolette Mashile. I'm also known as the Financial Bunny. And I am Black Girl Magic. Right, so when you plant a tree, you expect some sort of growth, right? When you plant a money tree, what do you expect? Money. Remember that saying, when we're young, money doesn't grow on trees. So why are you guys planting a tree and hoping for money? Right? Today's word is going to be predictability. I want to talk about how do you secure your financial future. The reason why I say predictability is often too many of us do too many things and then we get shocked. Have you ever done that in your life? Where you do certain things in life, then when the outcome comes, you're like, it must be witchcraft. The banks don't like us, right? We often do that, right? Because we need to counsel ourselves sometimes because, you know, the reality is life sometimes can be a bit hard, right? But what we want to do is that if we want to get the outcomes financially that we dream of, we need to make sure we're putting in those plans to ensure that those, my English teacher would not be happy with me. Now in businesses, what they do is something called business forecast. They forecast what they want the business to achieve. They put together a team that makes sure that that is the outcome that they're going to get. They put contingency plans to ensure that that is the outcome that we get. Now many of us, what we do is often when we want to link what is the alternative to business forecast, in our own personal finances, we call it budgeting, right? Now, your budget and your business forecast kind of have to work hand in hand because one is a plan and the other is, this is what we want to achieve, right? So you've got a forecast and then you've got a plan. Perfect. And I want to leave it at that. So I'm a little weird. When I watch a movie, I go to the end first. I promise you. I need to know what's going to happen. I don't like surprises, guys. Because I'm a Virgo, I don't like surprises. Even with the series, I will watch the last episode because I need to know what is going to happen. Yeah, it's a bit controlling and it's a bit... But it's because I really believe in, yes, there's a journey, but I want my journey to be predictable. And that is why I say, when it comes to your finances, what we ultimately want is your finances to some extent become predictable. Right? But let me tell you a little bit about who I am. As I said, my name is Nicolette Mashile, and I think the MCs have done a fantastic job of telling you what I have studied. My mom always used to say, one thing people can never take away from you is your education. But I'm not my education. I'm Nicolette. I've built Nicolette brick by brick. I've built the person that I am. And the most beautiful thing is you can also do the same thing. And your chapter 1 and my chapter 30 don't need to look the same, and you should not be comparing them. Because the journey looks different for all of us. So I'll tell you the reason why I went into financial education. I've got a couple of reasons, but one of the biggest one is access. In 1997, ooh, I'm exposing my age. In 1997, I was going to what was now called in South Africa, multi-racial. It was called Nelspruit Primary. I lived in Mpumalanga. Went to Nelspruit Primary, could not speak a word of English. Could not speak a word of Siswati, which is the language that's spoken in Mpumalanga. So I could not fit in on the one side with the kids that spoke English, and I did not fit in on the other side with the kids that spoke Siswati. So I was just this little girl. And I was trying really hard to fit in Nelspruit Primary. And you know, in primary school, there's what we call inter-house, right? That athletics meet where the school itself, the kids compete against each other so that they can find the athletics team. Now, what they did in Nelspruit Primary is they would put us in houses. So there was Fitzpatrick House, Solomon House, and Hall House. And I was in Solomon House. And in Solomon House, we had a kit. In each team, there was a kit. And it was the school kit, the colors of your kit, and it had the school emblem on. So we then get a letter from the teachers to take home so that your parents can buy the kit. Got home, I said to my dad, yes! You know me, I can run, most papa. He's like, yes. I'm like, great, buy me the kit, because tomorrow I'm going to show everybody how fast I can run. I don't need to talk to run, right? Perfect. My dad said, we're not going to waste money buying. I'm already buying your school uniform. So tomorrow you will go in your school uniform. I said to him, excuse me, what do you mean? He said, you're going to go, I've bought you school uniform. I've bought you 5 tunics, Nicolette. I'm not going to spend money buying a kit. What if you don't make the athletics team? Because also, if you do make the athletics team, we actually have to buy you the athletics uniform, which is a totally different uniform altogether. Short. I went to school the next day in my school uniform, fine. I didn't put on the school shoes because I was going to run. Tunic, panty, in. I'm ready to run. The teachers come. I'm now under 9. The teachers come and they call under 9s, come. We all, in a single file, we walk to the 100 meters line. Oh, I don't need this. Walk to the 100 meters line, we wait. Now they do, what do they call them? Heats. So it's different under 9s going. But I'm not being called to the line. I didn't understand why. The heats finish. I'm not called to the line. You can understand the disappointment of a 9-year-old. I walk back, head down, and I go sit down. Eventually, I go back to the teacher, and I say, I didn't run in the most broken English that I can say. The teacher says to me, it's because you are not in your team colors. So if you do run, and you get a position, we can't identify which team you come from. Because my father made a decision that day that he did not have enough money to buy me my inter-house clothes. And from that day, I said there will never ever be a day when access will be denied to me because of money. But the funny part about it is that I wasn't really denied access because of money per se. Because at that time, I didn't really understand what money is. Right? So I went to school, went to Rhodes University, did a whole lot of things. It was nice there. We leave it at that. Came back, 2015, I tried to buy a house. I went in. Hey, guys. So I went in to view this house, the most beautiful house you'll ever see. So this house apparently was built. The lady designed the house. Her husband is an engineer, designed the house to all of her spec. You walk in this room. You carry on walking laundry room, okay? Cinema room. And that's the thing rich people do upstairs. They've got space. There are bedroom doors. Then there's space. Then there's a TV in the space. It's called the pajama lounge. Oh, this girl coming from a village did not know what a pajama lounge was. I didn't know kids, and I was like, yes, I want this house because of the pajama lounge. Oh, but little did I know, walk downstairs, walk into the kitchen, bam! There's a walk-in fridge. You know now the walk-in fridge that you last saw was at Tops, don't lie. In the bottle store. Guys, you literally could say to somebody, meet me in the vegetable section. Meet me in the beverage section. Guys, money is nice. Don't let them lie to you. Money, it's the nicest thing in the world. Okay? So of course now, ego, excitement. I saw my future in there. My little kids playing around in there. I signed the offer to purchase. Signed the offer to purchase. Shoops, it went to the bank. The next day, you know, euphoria kind of, it falls, eh? Euphoria is something that you can't sustain. The next day I wake up in the morning and I'm like, oh, hold up, can't afford it. Called my bank, I said, hello, sweeties. So I wanted to buy this house. The bank says, please, my sister, no, we're not there yet. I said, okay, great. Called the real estate agent. I said, sweetie, you see that situation we have? Can we pretend it did not happen? The real estate agent says, I'm so sorry, Nicolette, but however, that is not how it works. It needs to go to the banks. We need to get the banks to decline you first, and only then can you get out of the deal. Step number one, I did not know that. Step number two, she says, remember in the offer to purchase, there's a thing called, you said, we can get you a loan with any terms and conditions. So we are going to go do that. So they did go there. A bank did give me a grant, so now I was legally bound to buy a house. Did not know what the Consumer Protection Act said. Did not know what the offer to purchase actually said. So I was now bound to a house I could not actually afford. The terms and conditions were, I think my interest rate was 9.76. I needed 2,750,000 rand to buy the house, but the years were 30 years. It changed the whole thing. The multiplier of my loan was 3.5. You can understand the 2.7 multiplied by 3.5. After 30 years, that's how much I was going to end up paying. I didn't need to be financially literate, and that was not the one. So I went back and I said, you better get me out of this. Couldn't get me out of this, I had to get lawyers involved. I had a bunch of lawyers who really helped me. I signed out of court 125,000 rand that I had to pay to the real estate agency for potential loss of income when they took the house off the market. I remember the little girl who was standing on the side saying, why can I not run because I don't have a house? And I realized it's not just about access. It's about making decisions that have implications on our future. I could have been scared, I could have taken that deal, and I would still be paying right now for that house. But the interest that I was going to pay back, I could have bought 3 other houses with it. So it is important to understand financial education does not care who you are. Money doesn't care who you are. Most of us think that because we've got these big degrees, you know, it's not going to save you. Yes, we can get the information. Yes, we can get, but we need to understand who we are, and we need to put together contingency plans that are going to make sure that our financial futures are predictable. And the most beautiful thing, step number one, and I'm going to pack it here, the most important thing is you do have people who are qualified to be able to do that with you. They can walk the journey with you, but you need to be open to the journey. Many of us are not open to the journey. Oh, I've done this part. The reality is nobody's address, and then they're going to say, ah, but you worried on this day. Guys, people don't care that much about you. And if anybody does, oh my God, they need to find a hobby. But abantu bazothini? If you arrive with that thing, because you work most. I don't teach kids about money management. Money is an uncomfortable topic. Huh? The best you say to your kids is at the end of the month, we'll see at the end of the month. What happens at the end of the month? What magical things in the population that you live? 58% of Namibians fear the possibility of losing their job or income. 64% of Namibians noted that they've experienced difficulty in meeting financial obligations in the terms of paying bills and servicing debt during the past year. The past year was the COVID year. 37% had sufficient having an emergency account, emergency savings, financial reserves. Even your national treasury has financial reserves in case, listen to this, in case your currency goes kaput. Treasury has reserves. We don't. What are the chances of your currency going kaput versus your own finances? 76% of Namibian respondents agree that the COVID-19 pandemic had made them more aware of the need of protection cover, such as medical aid, life insurance, funeral cover. The demand of such protection was, however, subdued. Because what do? When we have a financial crisis, what is the first thing that we cut? We cut insurance and policies. So we diagnose that consumer financial education is something that we all need. That you have a money personality. Does anybody know their money personality in here? Talk about it. Money management skills. I think it was Afra who said, it's not about how much you make, it's about how much you keep and where do you keep it. Because keeping it under your pillow also doesn't work. But you gotta keep it, that's the first step, right? And of course, the most amazing one is your inherited money beliefs. So there's a thing called, and I'll get to it, it's called money scripts. But before I get into it, I want to talk a little bit about this image. How many of us do own makeup in here? Anybody who does, whoever has ever, I mean, you guys look nice today. You all got a makeup artist. Guys, you have money, eh? So one of the biggest things that I always say about money management is that often what we do as people is we understand that we need to manage our money. But we mismatch solutions to problems. If you take makeup, for instance, there's no way you're going to take the foundation brush and try and put on eyeshadow. There's no way. It's so big. And if you want to put different colors, I've seen your guys' eyeshadow. I've been looking at all your faces. There are people here that green, yellow, pink, inside. There's drawings and I'm like, yo. How do you get, but you would never use a foundation brush to do that. Right? You take the time to learn how to do it correctly. Why? Because your face is the first thing that you think people see about you. People actually see your energy before they see your face. But because you think this is how you put on the best picture, you take care to do it. You are never going to walk in here with a frumpy dress. You take care of your appearance. But the beautiful thing is you will always match the right makeup brush, if you do use makeup, to the right area it is intended for. You even sit on YouTube to do it. That's it. But when it comes to money, we just take chances. We'll figure it out. Yeah, I'm in debt. Let me actually try this one. Maybe this one will work. We don't take the time to understand that at the end of the day, it is our money. We've got to find the right solutions for whatever financial problem we're trying to deal with. Your money personality. We have money monks. You know those, what is that saying in the Bible? Money is the root of? You are all wrong. That's not what the saying goes like. The love of money is the root of all evil. This is somebody, and again, your money personality is predominantly shaped by beliefs that are money scripts that have been placed in you even before you used or knew money. And you need to be self-aware of those money beliefs because they actually affect how you save, how you invest, how you see yourself around money. Often we ask ourselves, why do they like branded clothes? Why do they like expensive cars? Some people just really don't have an identity. They don't know who they are. They need to anchor themselves to something. Sometimes it is material things. And while that can be changed, I'm not a psychologist. That can, you need to sit down with a psychologist to deal with that. However, it does help you understand why you do certain things with your money. Are you a hoarder? Scarcity mentality. It's going to finish. Don't spend. Because, hey, we will be poor. Because you don't have a plan. So when money hits you by chance, it's going to finish really. Means you don't know how you got there in the first place. Spender, big spender, mureki. 12 o'clock, you need to protect yourself from yourself because at 12 o'clock, you're the person who says, let's buy champagne. Shots for everybody. Big spender. But you got to ask yourself, how detrimental is that to my actual finances, my money management? Because ultimately, one of the best things that we want you to be able to have is to create a framework of financial decision making. And when you have that framework, your personality is there. You are very well aware of it. But you are also helping shape that personality. Because at any point, you can have either one of those money personalities, depending on what you are learning. Then, of course, there's the avoider. I think it was Mavis who spoke about being an ostrich. Keep your head down. There was a lady, I once worked at one of the financial institutions, and there was a lady whose husband had unfortunately passed away. Within 3 months, Eskom came to shut down her electricity. Yeah. Then when they asked her, ma'am, you have not been paying. She said she thought the bond runs with the rates and taxes. It's sad. But she's never had to deal with money issues in her household because her husband used to do it. And when we asked, why did you not get involved? It's just not my thing. How is money not your thing? financial future. It determines where your kids could potentially go to school. It determines the kind of food you eat, the car you drive, the house you live in. It determines so many things. It doesn't have power over you, but it can determine those things, and it's just not your thing. But you know what? Enough with the problems. Let's talk about a little bit of cures. The most basic thing, so I do financial education for children. The most basic analogy I teach them is the apple analogy. What's the apple analogy? The richest man in Babylon has got a list of money rules. The first one is you cannot spend what you don't have. Cannot spend more than you make. 10 apples. You earn 10 apples? How many can you eat? 10. Boxing ring, I'm right. 10. Remember what Afra said? You've got to put something away. The principle of pay yourself first is such a powerful principle because let me tell you, when you pay yourself first, you have secured your financial future. So in this apple analogy, 2 apples. One goes to the ground. You dig a hole. Remember the money tree in the beginning of that talk? That's the one you put on the ground and you nurture it. And every single month you keep putting a seed in the ground. There'll be some of those apple trees that will grow. Some may not grow. Some will have apples before others. Some may not have apples. That's what we call investing. The other apple in the deep freezer. Because the day you need it, you take it out, you thaw it, it's available. Microwave, defrost. But it's there, it's available. You don't go and take from the other 8, which are living expenses, contractual debt, insurance, all of the other things that you need to be able to have the quality of life that you live. Because what do? So instead, we don't want to disturb the quality of our lives. So no. We go borrow another apple. But what does that now mean when you borrow for consumption? It means in the next month, you now need 11 apples, but you've only earned 10. So you keep going down. You keep going down. One day you're going to wake up with no apples. But one day, remember we're creating predictability. One day, you wake up and you open your curtains and you've got an orchard. You've got apple trees from here to Timbuktu. You can make applesauce, apple tart. You can make apple juice, apple chili sauce. You can do whatever you want. You go and partner with Afra and you make those different spices. Because you have created predictability in your life. It's not how many apples am I going to earn in 2025. You don't have stress about that. That is a bonus when you earn it. Because when you were planting, you knew exactly what it is that you are trying to do. We need to create predictability. Budgeting. The most underrated process you will ever do in your life. Afra spoke about the fact you need to track your expenses because where you spend is where you invest. Most of the banks these days they're very smart. When you look at your credit expenses, they will tell you 7% retail, 10% food. Where you spend is where you invest. What are you investing in? When was the last time you actually sat with your budget and said, is this budget even suitable for me? Does it work for me? Because what do many of us do? We create a very strict budget. It's like that idea of when somebody says, how much money will make you happy? Then people just scream, $1 billion. Do you know how much $1 billion is? My sister, you'll do even with 1 million, I promise you. We make the goal a little bit unattainable because when it's unattainable and you don't reach it, you comfort yourself. So some of us make these budgets where they are unrealistic, and then we don't follow them. Budgeting is boring. Well, you see, I don't Nicolette just like talking. They don't budget for themselves. Budgeting is tracking your expenses. Budgeting is knowing what's happening in your finances. Budgeting is allocating money to areas in your life where you know I need to spend money here, and you are the money manager. So when you see that I spend too much money on sneakers, you must move that money to something else. So there are different budgeting techniques, and that's why it's important to find the one that you actually resonate with. I'm not going to go through all of them. There's the 30-20-50 There's incremental budgeting. There's the old envelope system that our parents used to use. Based on your money personality, you've got to find the right budgeting technique for yourself. More on prescription, retirement, and wealth planning. How many of us in the room feel like we're part of the sandwich generation? Where at the top, it's your parents. The bottom, it's siblings. And you know, in our families, there is no, people will say, yeah, but when people say no, there's no asking. There's an expectation. So, you know, I once asked my parents, probably one of them one can ever ask in a household. I said to my parents, did you not know she was in matric? Because when my sister came to first year, all of a sudden nobody knew that she was in first year. My father says to me, yeah, go drop off your sister there by her school and pay registration. I said, so what? Hello? And registration is not 5 up. But they were asking for 13,000. I was like, there's no ways. I said to my dad, Papa, you see me, I'm a budgeted person. I plan my expenses. And to be quite fair, Violet was not in my expenses. My father said to me, Nicolette, please. We do what we do, and we did what we did for you to be where you are so that you can do what you need to do. I then said to my dad, you see that guilt that you are doing? I'm not the one. Because I'm not confused about where my money comes from. My money needs to be worked for me to get it. I don't. It's the most difficult conversation. But you know what? When I said that to my dad, I saw a light on his face. I didn't say no. I said, it's not part of my plan for January. I cannot do it. I will go and find a job to pay 13,000 so I can pay for it. Because me, I'm not going to take from my 8 apples. It's important to make sure that you plan these things so that we don't find ourselves in retirement where we are perpetuating a cycle of poverty by not planning for retirement. If there's anything you can do today for me, please go and do a retirement calculator. Walk in on Monday and speak to HR or the fund manager of whether it's a pension fund if you are in employment, whether it's your retirement annuity if you are not part of a pension fund or employment. Sit down with your planner and check what does your retirement look like. Some of us are just flying in life hoping that when retirement comes, things are going to be rosy. And let me be fair. That's what my father's doing. My father's currently in retirement. So my father's in retirement. It's so cute to watch. Because he's had so many years of suppressing his financial desires. Now my father, we've all moved out of the house. We're 4 girls. We've all moved out of the house. But my father is building on top of his house. So I said, sir, your knees are not going to carry you up. Stop building up, please. He's bought himself a nice car. And I can understand the need to satisfy those desires that he's had to act. But I said to him, you know, you may live longer. And I need someone to take care of you. And you did not, just before retirement, calculate whether it's going to be enough. So what are we doing now, Papa? Because also medical aid in retirement is important. It's probably one of the most important. Then, of course, his outstanding balances of children that we don't know about, so he still must still pay education for those. So the reality is you do need and you owe it to yourself when you still have a great opportunity to sit with somebody else, to craft the financial future that you want. But it does start with you. You need to make that decision. Debt. It's a reality. In as much as we'd like to gloss over it, debt is a reality. But debt is also psychological. A majority of debt is psychological. But here's the problem. We don't have enough credit education. So what do? I had a big argument the one day that we were in a seminar, and the gentleman said, yeah, but you can just get a personal loan to buy a house. Have you ever felt the pain here? I sat them looking at him. I said, okay, do the maths for me. Because if you can pay a personal loan of a house worth 5,000 rand, you might as well take a home loan and just pay it off quicker. It's far cheaper in interest. But we don't have enough credit education to be able to pick the right credits. The fact that some of us have never seen our credit records means that we don't know what our credit score is. I once wanted to buy a car. I went to this consultant. She went to the back. She came back. Miss Mashile, you know you actually can't afford this car. I said, okay. She said, but we can help you. You see, when they say we can help you, you must worry. She came back and said, in fact, let me go speak to my bank manager. She went back to, guys, there is no human possibility that that lady could have spoken to her manager and come back that quickly. She comes back and she says, but we can increase the interest rate and we can make the installments affordable. At that time, I did not know that I didn't afford the car. At that time, I should have known that I don't afford that car. But I wanted a German machine most. So my sister cooked the books. Do what you need to do. I need to drive out. When I arrived, Colette works in Joburg. Ego, lack of education, it's a very dangerous thing. If you're ever going to do any type of credit education, make sure that you're getting credit. You know, often we talk about how people actually turn what is good credit into bad credit. So we speak about good debt and bad debt, and ultimately the basic explanation is that something is a good debt is something that is going to appreciate in value, or you're going to get some sort of vested return on it, right? So we then say to people, buy homes, get student loans, right? But often we don't speak about how important the foundation is, because something can move from being good credit to being a bad debt, because you did not essentially plan and structure the credit agreement correctly. Interest rates, you need to negotiate those interest rates. You must push back. Guys, banks need you. First of all, let's gloss away our beautiful romantic relationship that we have with banks, because some of us are really afraid of banks because they are institutions, right? In fact, you know, you go home and you tell them you're a bank manager, they think all of our money. It's important to understand that banks are profit-making companies. And to make profit, they need you to take up their products. So if you understand that power, when you sit across the sales consultant at a bank and they're not giving you the terms and conditions that you are looking for, you better say, my sister, my brother, come to the party. Kom na die partytjie. Kom ons praat. Interest rate needs to be negotiated. Terms and conditions need to be negotiated. The period needs to be negotiated. The loan multiplier needs to be negotiated, because you don't want to wake up one day and that date is sitting you here. Because what happens is that many of us make decisions today based on today's scope. Then you have a baby. Then you get married. Then there at the job, the salary does not increase. 5 years ago, you had a disposable income of 15,000. Today, you have a disposable income of 50 cents. What do you do? Now it feels like, oh, but I'm not being paid enough. Oh, but this and this and this. Oh, but this and this and this. It's because the day you made the financial decision to do what you need to do, you did not for 5 years later. So it is important, because I promise you that good debt is going to choke you. And it's not going to be a journey you want to be on. So there are various ways in which you can pay off debt. There's this debt snowball method. The debt snowball method, you simply list your debt according to their outstanding balances, and they say you pay off the least one, because it's a motivational strategy. It's really to get you amped up. It's like that thing in school where you get good marks. You know, when you get good marks, you want to try again to get good marks again, because it feels good, right? The cash flow index is to figure out which of your debt is efficient and which of your debt is inefficient. And what we say is the debt that is inefficient with a score higher than below 100 is the debt that you need to pay off as quickly as possible, because it takes the majority of your cash flow, especially if it's debt that was used for consumption. The debt seen an avalanche breakdown, literally you pull from the bottom and it comes crash. You list your debt according to the most expensive debt. Expensive debt is the debt that's highest interest rates. There are various others, refinancing, and all sorts of other strategies that you need to look at, but you need to sit down with your debt and actually be aware that you have debt and that you can get out of the situation. I think often too many of us imprison ourselves in our debt that we don't try, so you don't do anything. Insurance, guys. Risk management is so important. There's no great company that makes profits year on year that doesn't have a risk management strategy. So we need a risk management strategy. One of those stats that came from the Savings and Investment Monitor is the fact that many of us take our insurance policies when things get a little bit tough. Imagine driving out of the dealership and just as you drive out, someone hits your car. But you've taken away the insurance. It's important to make sure that you've got the right insurances. In South Africa, during COVID-19, when people, within 3 months, people's cars were getting repossessed. But there's an insurance policy called credit life insurance. The most uptaken insurance in the country and the least claimed. If you don't know what the insurance policy is, it doesn't matter. It doesn't exist. You can be paying for it, but it doesn't exist. Many of us don't sit with our financial planners to find out, what does my life insurance actually say? What is a life insurance? Explain to me. You may have group life, for instance, at work. You're just moving around, I've got group life. What is it? What is it? Sit with the guys and let them explain to you what it is. Because that helps, first and foremost, it actually helps you breathe a little bit better when you know what it is because you know it's there. How many of us worry about what's going to happen to our kids when we pass on? But yes, fine. You're going to pass on, and unfortunately that is part of life. The reality is you want to make sure that you are taking care of them, even in your passing, right? But if you don't know, oh, and then you don't tell them you've got these policies, because what if they kill you? If you're going to secure your financial future is the people in your life. It includes also leaving a financial legacy to be able to take care of them, but they need to know it exists. You need to know what it is. So what does the new you look like? I always say, if there's ever going to be anything that we bottle up in quickly, it's financial independence. Don't allow people to take your financial independence away from you. Financial independence is knowledge. Knowledge is powerful. I know it sounds like a cliche saying or quote when we talk about the importance of knowledge, but knowledge puts you a cut up. Because no one will make you a Popeye when you know. If somebody says something to you that you're, I hear what you are saying. I have a different opinion on it. Knowledge gives you the confidence, comfort to be able to do that. Control is such an important thing. When you have your money, you want to make sure that you are in control of your finances. You want to make sure that you are creating that last one, which is predictability. And the only way you're going to be able to do that is when you are fully entrenched and in control of your finances. You almost know what could potentially happen. Nobody can time the markets. Nobody can predict what the markets are, because if we all predict what the markets are, we would know where to put money for it to grow. But then you put in those contingency plans to make sure that even though you cannot be a psychic and see what the market is going to do, if the market doesn't do that, you are unscathed. You walk on with your head high and you're like, don't worry, don't stress, I'm all right. But the only way you're going to do that is by having control over your finances, and the only way to get control of your finances is by making sure that you know what your money situation is. You've got your finance, you've got your investment goals. Because some of us sometimes, why do you put money away? Because Nicolette says on YouTube. Can't be. Afra spoke about something, I call it having KPIs for your money. At work, how are you evaluated and monitored? Based on your KPIs. They sit with you and they say, okay, ma'am, so this and this and this, that's why you're struggling, so what do we help you with? We need to give our money KPI. When you are investing and you don't know what the investment does, if you don't know what the underlying asset is for that investment, you don't know what you want the money to do. What happens? It doesn't do what you thought it was going to do. You write a long card. You know those companies, they're always making us take up these products, but these products don't do what those, but you didn't know what it is. Many performance of certain things, because we actually didn't know. We were just going Sobona. We will see. It's important to give your money KPIs. Your investment strategy must be clear to you. Your investment persona, your financial goal strategy must be clear, and your money management strategy. Freedom. When you ask somebody, what is your financial freedom? Often we think the right answer is to say lots of money. It's not the answer. I want time on my hands. I want time back to spend with my children. For someone access. The little girl in me, that 9-year-old is still, and every time I get denied access, I feel like my whole world is coming to the crashing. I need to heal that. Predictability. It's important to make sure that you have predictability. Now, one of the things that we're always teaching people, and we all hammer and spend the top of our heads to say, is reduce, reduce, reduce. We need to teach people to also produce. So if I'm going to leave you anything today, it's the Vabatia 7R theory. It says there's 7 ways in which you can make an income. There's remuneration, which is your salary. There's rate, you can sell something. How many of us say, I don't like selling? But every day you are packaging your skills and you are selling them to your employer. Right? In the industrial era, they were printing, they were producing machines that could replicate the most important asset, and that's you. We spoke about health in the morning with Hermine. It's important to make sure that your health is your wealth, and the most important asset that you need to take care of is.
Earlier on, we were actually having a conversation in the room. Financial literacy is that you don't know how to say no when that Aldo shoe looks at you in the shop and
where you are going. Why are you being distracted by anything? There's a story that I always tell. It's of two runners. You come out one day, like I pretend to do when I pretend to gym. You come out fitted, gym clothes on. You stand outside at your gates. You stretch, ready to run. Just as you're about to run, there's a runner that goes past you. Hey, they're running. Now you run behind them. There you are. It's the bag that you want. Money away for saving. Then I need to pay living expenses, contractual debt, insurance. Then you've got, so Ramit Sethi has a book, it's called I Will Teach You How to Be Rich. And he speaks about money dials. He says we all have money dials. All of us have that one thing that we actually don't mind spending money on. And the problem is that psychologically, you spend around that thing because you're tiptoeing around it. But when you don't satisfy it, it keeps coming back and gnawing at you. It's there. It's there. And eventually, you now spend out of desperation on that thing because you want to silence the noise. But by the time you do that, everything that you are doing. So identify it. Also, there's nothing wrong. These things are allowed. There's nothing wrong in your budget to have what is called guilt. You must have a line item that says guilt-free money.
Wow, okay. I call that my entertainment budget. So, okay, thank you so much for that. So learning how to say no to yourself yet is in actually admitting the things that you want and then planning for them. And then sometimes you'll not get distracted depending on what your goals are. All right, so we're going to open it up to now to ask questions. If you'd like to ask Nicolette a question, you're welcome to do so. If you are watching online and you'd like to get involved in the conversation, please use the hashtag OMWS2022, and that's how I'll be able to take your questions. Do we have a question here? All right.
Hello, Nicolette.
Hi.
Welcome to Namibia.
Thank you.
Finally meeting you in person and not on YouTube. So my question regards debt. So we've often been told that debt is bad. Don't go there. Don't ever go there. We cannot deny the fact that there's a certain level of convenience that debt gives us. Now, which instances do you regard debt as a convenience? And what is, I know you've probably answered this in your videos, but for the sake of this, it's for people in this room and for myself, in which instances is debt a convenience? And in which instances should I not consider debt? Because we cannot run away from the fact that a lot of us, we are here today having gone through school because someone took alone somewhere. So in which instances do we regard debt a convenience? Thank you.
I don't think there's ever going to be an instance where debt is convenient. The only time we can justify debt is when debt is to purchase an asset. It's the only time when we know that you are almost doing what is called leverage. So now I have a conversation with the young people because they say to me, they'll come to me and they say, I have so much debt. And I'm like, okay. Then they say, I don't have any investments. And then I'm like, okay. Then I say, let's write down your debt. Then they'll write a home loan. They'll write a student loan. And I'm like, yes, these are considered debt because I think it's in any sense, we all know that it's debt, right? But you've also got to look at them as investments. And the only way you're going to be able to pay those off is by understanding the principle of leverage. You've got to leverage some of your debt so that when you pay it back, the return is greater than the cost of purchase. So, for instance, I will say to them, you realize reverse budgeting. Mine is not reverse budgeting, it's reverse debts. When you take out a home loan, right, and you structure it well, you take out a home loan and you structure it well, essentially you are given 500,000, let's say 500,000 Namibian dollars. 500 Namibian dollars, right? 500,000 Namibian dollars. Let's say you need a house with 500,000 Namibian dollars. You say to the bank, I don't have this money, but I'm buying an asset that I believe is worth this money. The bank goes and does its evaluations, comes back and says they concur with you that it's worth it. They give you the money up front. Of course, they charge you for it because they are not charities, right? So that money that you pay back, the principal amount plus the interest that you pay back is essentially reverse investing or saving back into an asset that will invest. So you've got to look at it that way. And I always say that's how I look at debt. If the item that I am buying with debt is not something that I would otherwise invest in, why am I using debt to buy it? So for you need to also have that conversation with self, because I don't believe debt can ever be used for any type of consumption. Whatever it is that you're using it for, you've got to be able to say, what is the rate of return on this item when I use a certain amount of money that is going to be financed to be able to purchase it? I hope I answered you.
Thank you so much for that. I hope it answers your question. We do have another question here from the lady wearing the green. As Nadia gets her the mic, I just wanted to ask you financial bunny.
Sure. Guys, let's be fair, hey? Finance is hard. It really confronts part of you that you might otherwise not want to confront. Sometimes it's just not to confront your money issues. Sometimes it's easier. You know? Right. So, yeah. So for me, I identified an animal that was an animal that we would otherwise not be afraid of, an animal that was fluffy, and I think it speaks to the story of access. So one of the things that my father said when I was going towards university a couple of years ago, he said to me, Nicolette, I'm not sending you to university to come back and speak English through your nose. Because that English of yours belongs to me. What I'm sending you to do is to go collect as much information as you need to do that. And I think that's what financial planning is about. It's about giving access to information. Because let's be fair, you are never going to ask what you don't know. So we want to bridge that gap by making sure you do know so that you can ask the right questions.
Yeah. It actually sounds like you had a very, very good foundation. You speak about your dad a lot, and it sounds like he's a very wise man.
And my mom is so jealous. She's like, you wrote a whole book with your father. What about me? I was like, hey, we'll get there, we'll get there.
All right, so let's the question.
Hi, Nicolette. My name is Lynette Motunane. We all have debt. All that we hear is investments. Yes. So my question is, at what point in your debt journey or debt paying off journey can you start to invest? Do I first pay off the debt? Does that include, or do I balance them at the same time? What do I do?
There's no definite answer. Okay. The financial planner is the person who's going to tell you what is the best thing for you. However, I do believe on my own that you can invest at any part of your journey. The problem is that we've been given a script that investing looks a specific way. So all of us believe that if you want to invest, you must start off $1,000 million every single month. Investment doesn't look like that. Sometimes investment is investing in self, in self-care. Sometimes investment is you buying those penny stocks if they exist. Sometimes investing is buying, and I get made fun of every time I say this. Sometimes you start off with that one chicken. Sometimes you start off with that one cow. Sometimes you do fractional stock investing. You've got to start somewhere. The problem is that we've been given the script that investing needs a lot of money. Investing is for the elite. And we always feel that investing is a thing that is outside of your money management. It's part of your budget. When we talk about pay yourself first, we say to you, invest and save. Of course, you're not going to, and this is what a lot of my people that I have conversations with about money do, then they'll send me their budget, right? What they'll do is they'll do 5,000 at the beginning of the month when the salary comes in into a savings account. And then there by the 15, 16, 17, they go and fetch that 5,000. Then I'm like, who are you, what are you doing? Who are you doing it for? Because then you're doing it for someone else, you know? So that's why in the beginning, part of the talk I said, you've got to be realistic with your budget situation. And don't be, guys, let me tell you, the financial money, there are those days in the months where I'm like, I want to tell therapy, you know? And be kinder to yourself. I think also we are very unkind to ourselves when we don't know specific things. I think it's important to be kind to yourself. Notice that there's specific areas in your life that need to go and find that improvement.
I'm going to say hashtag relatable content. We all have that, and you're like, you know, you put it back into the main account, and then you're like, next man, I'll do better. But I've actually learned that it's actually best to have different types of savings accounts, so that you have those where you save for different things, and then there's accessible ones. But accessing the savings is not always a good idea.
Let me ask you, miss. The month where you make that decision to say next month, what happens if next month, forbid, the income doesn't come?
Chantel, I still have my job next month, right? No, but it's a relevant question, Nicolette, and I think a lot of the times it's that self-discipline that truly lacks in the process of saving, because it's a relationship with self, and they say that mastering yourself is really like the hardest thing that you're going to do, and saving in itself is not, there's nobody there to be like, Mavis, don't put the 2,000 there, unless you have a PFA, and all digital offers that, just saying.
Come on.
But yes, I understand what you're saying, and it really self-discipline. I think it's been an ongoing conversation, relationship with self. I've actually, who said this? Was Hermine. Hermine said that she believes that money is the thing that teaches you how to overcome yourself, because that's where you first learn who you truly are. That was Hermine's words, not mine. All right, let's get a question in the room. Okay. Please do introduce yourself and plug yourself if you work somewhere, and you can ask your question.
Thank you very much. I am Sarah Mtondoka. Sarah. My question is, I would like to present, for example, a scenario. Let me say my friend, the friend of mine here, by the time she started working years back, she would, let's say she had decided to in her retirement plan. Now you say, okay, I put this $100 for my retirement, and you advise by the time you reach your pension age, this money would be, the value is, for example, 100,000. Now, by the time you reach the retirement age, that 100,000 is not even enough to buy a car, for example, or a plot, or whatever the case may be. The point is, the value of money and the quality of what currency or economic hardships or whatever, the 100,000 now today and the 100,000 20 years from now, it's totally different. So what plan, how do you then, to make a quality retirement plan, what do you put in place to make sure that the money you get or the kind of investment you get at that end really would make it? Thank you.
So I I'm surrounded by a number of people that work within the financial services sector. And one thing I can assure you is that when you have an accountability partner, like a financial planner, they account for those things. Mdudu Tuli is my financial planner. And what Mdu always says to me is, Nicolette, most accounts are the same. They'll give you the same type of returns. But the planner, the person who is on the journey with you, that's the most important person. There's fluctuation happens. The planner already knows. And they make sure that they rebalance your funds to ensure that. But over and above that, there's a saying that we love to push around. Don't put all of your eggs in one basket. There's a process of diversification that I often think that a lot of us, we underplay it and how important it is. It's so important to make sure that even when you are going to be doing wealth building, when you're going to be planning for retirement, that you do make sure that you are diversifying. I'll give you a scenario. 2019, I had an opportunity to travel with airport company South Africa, and we were going to the different types of airports in the different cities. And there was a gentleman who was upset. He got and said, I logged on. So they pension administrator, I logged on. And I cannot believe the value of my portfolio. What are you people doing here? And they had to explain to him that first and foremost, the market fluctuates. But there is a rebalancing that happens with as it gets closer to retirement years. There's a thing called dealing you from the one fund where the risk is much higher into a more balanced fund to make sure that we cruise with you into retirement. That the expectation that we put in first place, those are the expectations you are going to get. So I think for me, to be able to give yourself that comfort, have a very conversation and a very close relationship with the person that you have appointed as your financial planner. Often what we do is when we choose financial planners, we choose them based on, sometimes we choose them based on institution. I think it is high time that we choose our financial planners the same way we would choose a friend. Somebody who relates to you, somebody who looks like you, somebody who can have a structural, hierarchical positioning in your mindset. I'm trying to make it as in English, do you understand? Because often what we do is we perceive finance as the space where people are the most educated and the most whatever. So even when they tell us something that we don't agree with, we often just go, and then we walk away and we complain to our friends. The financial company that you should be able to say, I don't know what you're saying. I don't understand. What happens if inflation beats my investments? You have that converse. You're gonna should be able to have it. So for me, a planner on your side, and believe that there is. So in your different life stages, your pension, your retirement fund also gets taken through different risk profiles, so that they ensure that they are balancing it out, so that you get what you're getting. But of course, there's expectation and then there's reality. And often our biggest problem as human beings and the human flaw is that we do expect huge returns. Flying as somebody in the airline said to me, you know, it's funny, Nicolette, when if I put away $100,000 and I only make 10,000 back, it doesn't feel like a lot of money. And then I complain. But look at it the other way. What if you lose 10,000? All of a sudden now it's like, oh, but no, you have so much money, 90,000 now. I think we have to also be realistic about the type of rate of returns that we can get on investments. Because let's be fair, anything that's too good to be true, definitely.
Probably too good to be true. Thank you so much, Nicolette. I would, perhaps you should have a conversation with Patty Oliver. She's from the corporate segment, Elements of Old Mutual. So definitely make sure that these conversations go outside of this. But Nicolette, I would like to thank you so much for your time. It has been absolutely fantastic. I think the room can definitely agree in that you have been phenomenal. A warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Nicolette Mashile, our keynote speaker.
Yeah. Wow, ladies and gentlemen. And I think what Nicolette said about the bunny being soft and fluffy and friendly, I think that's just one side of it. I think she's a great symbolism for that. Just our bunny. Okay, we are just doing things here and we're up and down. Huh? Okay. Ladies, we must apologize for going over time. But we have one more important thing just to do. We need to welcome our acting, marketing, and communications executive, Ashanti Manedi.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause.
Shoot, you guys look very, very beautiful from here. Like, I just have to take it in for a second because, wow, these faces are beat. Huh? Nicolette, I did my own makeup. I can clearly see in the room that papers were called in. Good afternoon, everyone. As they said, my name is Ashanti Manetti. I'm just here to do a little bit of a vote of thanks, the easiest job for this afternoon. So I'm really, really delighted to see that you all came face to face, and then also for those people online. You know, it makes me realize that there's still space in something like this, and that we should still continue to do summits of this nature. So for that, I just want you all to give yourselves a hand of applause. Yes. Then I must say I went through highs and lows through the day. There was quite an extensive amount of heartfelt conversations. I was shook, then I felt empowered, then I almost had the Kim Kardashian ugly cry at one moment. And I went through all of it, and I was like, I know conversations like these may have happened here today, but I hope with all of us in the room and with the business cards, they're not going to end here. So please do, lean on each other and keep reaching out. Today we are coming to the conclusion of our 12th Old Mutual Women's Summit, edition number 12, and we've come a very way since 2011. We first had a dinner and dialogue, then we did 3 master classes, and now we're doing lean-in circles. 2020 came, the pandemic hit, we thought we can't stop there. Agile innovation is one of our values, so we decided to do the online e-summit, and that's why I'm grateful to have everybody online. I've been reading the commentary, it's been very entertaining. So I just want to say thank you. I'm starting with my thank you. So first of all, the Women's Summit to this point has reached over 5,000 women, and the investment that has been total to this date is 5 million, right? But we couldn't have had this investment and this reach. It would not be possible without the vision and the leadership of our executive team. So I want to start off by thanking the Old Mutual executive team, and I specifically want to acknowledge our Old Mutual Foundation Board of Trustees, Tony Muteka and Olifir. Thank you for allowing us to do great things. Thank you for signing off the budgets. Thank you for letting us fly. And then I also want to say thank you to our keynote speakers. Hermine, you always remain a light for me. You're always that light warrior. The moment I feel myself dipping, like, and there's Hermine, and we go, and we embrace the suck, and we move. Afra, I forgot that I can be apologetic. Thank you for that. I needed that reminder, we get stuck in it. And then Colette, your story is very close to my heart for me on a personal level, but your entrepreneurial spirit is something that I'm going to pull on and lean on those moments where I think it can't all be done. You showed me that it absolutely can. And then Nicolette, girl, your energy. You have got the most amazing energy. It gives me so much life. At some moments, I'm standing outside and I'm like, it's still pumping me, and I'm still going. Thank you for taking the time to be with Old Mutual today. Thank you for taking it out of your busy schedule and gracing us with your wisdom and your journey and your knowledge. We totally appreciate together. So to my marketing team, to Mofaro, to Mavis, to Nadia, to Angie, well done, guys. Very well done. And then last but not least, our fabulous hosts. I've never known anything called a Pastor Kardashian. But to Chris and Mavis, our mutual lights, our own colleagues, well done. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the end of the 2020 Old Mutual Women Summit. Doesn't it feel good? End of the event, but ladies, please do us a favor and make sure that you support this because it's about women. Before you leave today, please have a look at their styles and see what's
100%. And like we said, that the future is female, but I believe that present is female as well. So ladies and gentlemen, if there are any male still, we have some gift bags for everyone that attended today, just to say thank you for your presence. And you guys have been superstars today. Thank you for everyone tuning in online. From myself and Mavis,
It's a good
I love you.